Welcome everyone to Dish and Tea with Dee. Before we get started, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. All right, so today we are going to be diving into the death of the legendary Whitney Houston. Her death was a tragedy to millions around the world. There have been many questions surrounding this historical event. Together, we are going to look deeper into the real question: was Whitney harshly taken from us, or was it a simple medical accident? Let's begin. All right. So, we are going to look, like I said, we're going to be talking about Whitney. So, there's been a lot of questions about this whole, all of the entire thing. So, there's been a lot of speculations, a lot of allegations, or alleged, allegedly all of this is opinion, but and a lot of research. Excuse me. But we kind of been going over some stuff and questions have been coming up, and it's just there's just certain things that I still haven't been able to figure out either. So I figured I'd just kind of come on here and we just kind of discuss the whole, like just the case in general, not nothing before. I mean, we can kind of get into the background of who's who and what's what, but because I simply don't know all the players in the game. So, and half the time I'm like looking at the pictures, I'm like, who's that? Who's that? So I got to like read the little description on the bottom to tell me who these people are. Because I'm just not familiar with um, the celebrity world like that or entertaining world like that. So it's just a lot of questions have been coming up, and it's really weird. And Winnie's actually not the only one. So there's a lot of like celebrities, entertainers that have known to who had passed away and suddenly, and a lot of questions have been raised in regards to theirs as well. So maybe this will be something that we will continue to look into, just different people and their untimely passing. So, all right. Well, the first thing I do kind of want to get into is I definitely want to get into the coroner's report, because that's kind of where I want to start um, with, instead of like a lot of the gossip. I mean, we can kind of go back and look at stuff. So obviously, we know there's some key players in this game. We have Whitney herself. We have Clive Davis. We have Whitney's mom, Sissy. Her daughter, Christy, something like that. We'll get into it. Anyway, like I said, I'm not familiar with all the names. I don't take notes. I don't like writing stuff down, which is horrible, but and I'm a visual person. That's the funny thing. So I wish I just had like a little clear timeline and date and time, so that way we can have like time, place, and time, place. But that's just too much for me. My ADHD doesn't allow me to do that. So I'll start it, but I'll never finish it. So anyway, let's continue. Um, so let's get into this coroner's report. So we're just gonna kind of go over coroners. Share this. Uh, okay. Make sure y'all can see that. Can you see that? Okay. I'm not sure if I opened it bigger over here. This is okay, there. Anyway, so here, which is really weird, it has marks and scars on left forearm and inner lower old hill. Okay, so here we have Whitney, Elizabeth, Houston, Wilshire, Beverly Hills. Um, So, of course, she was 48 years old. She was last seen alive on Saturday, 2/11, between 14:45 and 1500 hours by her personal assistant. So that was around 2:45, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on 2/11. So far we have that timestamp. So the descendant complained of having sore throat, but she had been complaining of that for the past few days. The assistant told the descendant to take a bath to start getting ready for tonight. The assistant entered. The assistant then left the room to run some errands at approximately 15:35, which is about almost 35 minutes later. The assistant returned and used her key to enter the locked and secure room. Once inside, she found the descendant lying down in the bathtub filled with water, unresponsive. The assistant called for her bodyguard. Um, so we'll talk about that. So now we know her assistant and her bodyguard were the first ones there on the scene. She found the descendant lying, okay, yeah, bodyguard, and together they pulled the descendant out of the bathtub. The assistant called downstairs to call 911. So she called the front desk. We'll listen to the 911 call here in a second. And so the 911 was called at um 15:43. So at 3:43 p.m. That's really weird because okay, so at 3:40, about 3:45 ish, in the afternoon, that's when the officers from the Beverly Hills Department and paramedics from the Beverly Hills Fire Department arrived on the scene. So this all happened within a 15-minute time frame. On Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 15:55, so almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, paramedic rescue um, determined death. The descendant possibly overdose of a narcotic substance, prescription medications over the counter. So now they're just kind of putting in their opinion on what they believe um, to assume have happened there, just by their view of the scene and things like that. Minor external trauma was noted. Minor external trauma was noted, and there were no signs of foul play. So let's keep that in mind together. Detective Hyon requires a 2-hour notification prior to the examination. Please see case notes for this contact information. Went up. And then this was dated on 2/12 at 4:45. It looks like probably in the morning. Um, okay, so therefore we have the assistant, we have the bodyguard, we have the call to 911. So let's go over and see. And that's yeah. It's like I have one video saved in every. So we are gonna listen to the 911. And I'm pretty sure there's probably other ones.
We're hearing more from the night Whitney Houston was found dead in her hotel room. The 911 calls were just released. Well, you can hear the conversation between a hotel security officer and dispatchers.
Apparently she wasn't breathing and she's 46-year-old.
She was not breathing?
Yes.
Okay, but she is breathing now?
I don't know.
Okay.
The person that called me was irate and couldn't get much out of her.
Well, this morning we know the investigation into Houston's death is officially closed. Investigators say there was no...
Hi guys.
There's a dream we all have at some point in our lives. It's filled.
911 emergency. Hi, how you doing? This is security from Beverly Hilton.
Hi, what's going on there?
I need paramedics. Apparently, I got a 46-year-old female found in the bathrooms. That's all I've got right now, but they're requesting paramedics.
Oh, okay. Female fell in the bathroom. What room is she in?
I'm not sure if she fell or she was in the bathroom with the water. 464? 434, I'm sorry.
That's room 434?
Yes.
Okay, and there's not east, west, or anything else? It's room 434?
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't know if she's conscious of breathing at all?
Apparently she wasn't breathing and she's 46-year-old.
She was not breathing?
Yes.
Okay, but she is breathing now?
I don't know.
Okay.
The person that called me was irate and Couldn't get much out of it.
Okay, you have
I've got security going there now.
Okay, we'll send police and fire over there with that person not breathing. Did it sound like the person was still not breathing?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, we'll get him there for not breathing. Is there any way you can get me to the room so I can try to do CPR?
Yeah, we're going there now.
Can you get me into the room so I can try to give CPR instructions?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, because she kept hanging up on us.
Kept hanging up on you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we're getting our units over there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Get your
Hmm. So there we go. So that was the 911 call. They didn't have the room number at the time. The person who apparently called was irate. So, like they said, I think it was the assistant who called down for 911. I mean, to the security to call 911. Um, so yeah, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. So, so far, the notes. Let's share the notes again. Okay, so we know the assistant called. We heard the 911 call. Um, so and the 911 call came from the security from the hotel. So now we have those players involved. So that was taken care of. Let's see. Here's some of the investigation on Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 21:04. So now we're at 1 o'clock. So number 3 o'clock, 3:35. 3 o'clock was the last time the assistant saw her before she went to go run her errands. 3:35, she came back. These were all in the afternoon. So now we're on 2/11 at 21:04. So we went back, kind of back a little bit. Sergeant Pupler from the Beverly Hills Police Department called the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office to report a natural versus accidental death of 48-year-old Black female that possibly drowned in a bathtub on Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 21:20 hours. So we went from now at 2:11. No, this is at nighttime when everybody's been there. They did apparently like 5-10 hours investigation apparently. So now we're at 2100 hours. So we're about 9 o'clock at night now on 2/11. Remember she died earlier the day about 3 o'clock. So now we're at 9 o'clock. So 6 hours later, we have the police department called the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office to report a natural versus accidental death of a 48-year-old female that possibly drowned in a bathtub. So right now they're saying natural versus accidental. So they're not even looking at whether this is further beyond whether natural or accidental, whether it was actually a crime that was committed. So on Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 21:20 hours, so we're now about 9:20 at night, Lieutenant Brian Elias assigned this case to me. I arrived on scene at 22:20 hours, so now we're at 10 o'clock, about 10:20. So about an hour later, he shows up, and he cleared the scene on Sunday, 2/12 at 01:35. So at 1 o'clock in the morning on 2/12, he cleared the scene. So he was only really there for about an hour and maybe 2 hours max before he cleared the scene. Prior to my arrival, the descendant was removed from the bathtub by her personal assistant and bodyguard, and then paramedics placed the descendant onto the living room floor in order to render first aid. Also, prior to my arrival, paramedics moved the couch from out of the living room and placed it on the patio in order to render first aid on the descendant. So, of course, they rearranged some of the rooms so they could make room to obviously perform um, necessary life saving techniques on the descendant on Whitney, so that way they can try to revive her any possible way that they could. Um, so let's see. The descendant's purse. Okay, so now we're gonna get into some of the descriptions of what the detective saw before while he was there before he was clearing the scene and stuff like that to get the scene cleared. Also, prior to my arrival, the majority of the descendants' prescription medical. Oh wait, it says also prior to my arrival, paramedics moved the couch from out of the living room and placed it on the patio in order to render first aid on the descendant. The descendant's purse was on that couch, and the descendant's California driver's license had been removed from the wallet, which was inside the purse prior to my arrival. So it could doesn't say who, possible, allegedly, kind of, in my opinion. It probably maybe one of the paramedics to see who the victim really was, or to see if she was on any medications or anything like that. IDs and driver's license, when done properly by the person, could be really helpful in times like this, especially if she had any heart conditions, anything like that. So possibly that's probably why it was pulled out of the purse. It doesn't state whether it was pulled out prior to that by the assistant or the security guard that who were the first two on the scene. So let's keep going. Also, prior to my arrival, the majority of the descendants' prescription medication bottles had been removed from the brown bag that was on top of a table in the southeast corner of the living room and then placed on top of the same table. After completing my investigation, I changed this from a natural versus accident to an accident. The descendant possibly overdosed on a narcotic substance, prescription medications, over the counter medications, and alcohol. Minor trauma was noted in there. So they already all of a sudden assumed it was an overdose. So they didn't go and look at any other angles to this to see if maybe it wasn't an accident, maybe if it was a crime being involved. Um, they didn't really question. It doesn't seem like they questioned a lot of the people who were there, especially like the security guard and the assistant. Um, they really seem to do a lackadaisical job, I think, with this. It was just kind of like, okay, here's a bunch of a person who's known to do narcotics and who's known to be an alcoholic and things like that, and who's been possibly in treatment for it. Um, at least that's what they're saying. When he was clean and she hadn't been around that stuff for a little while at that time and things like that. So it has been, so they just all of a sudden assumed they just saw all these medication bottles and just went with it and didn't really process the whole entire scene properly, or at least in detail and depth as what they should have, and looked at all angles before deciding whether it was um, an accident. So minor trauma was noted and there were no signs of foul play. So remember, they keep on insisting that there were no signs of foul play. This is the second time they stated that. Whether it's from the same person or a different person, this is twice that's been listed in the report that there has been no foul play. So let's keep going. And these are the informant or witness statements. So, and as you could tell, it's not very long. It's really only this big. So I spoke with Detective Hyan on the scene, and he told me that the following: the descendant checked into the Beverly Hilton Hotel on Monday, 2/6. So she checked in on a Monday on 2/6. She was here for the Grammy Award ceremony on Sunday. So the Grammys were on Sunday. Remember, she passed away Saturday, to the day before. So, and there was a pre-Grammy party at the hotel on 2/11. So that night, she was supposed to be going to that Grammy party. Okay? So the descendant was last seen alive. So she checked in on the 6th. She did whatever she did on the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, that's when they had the interview, I believe, with Clive Davis, Brandy, and Monica. I believe it was on the 9th because um I I think that was also the night that she performed with Carrie. That I think it was Carrie Hilson, Carrie whatever Terry, or she performed with somebody. So she breaks up a interview with Clive Davis, Monica, and that she was soaking wet, and then all of a sudden on the 11th, during the day, she's gone. She misses the party. That's where all everybody was at during the party and stuff like that. That's when she was found deceased. And then the 12th was the Grammys. So timelines are very, very, very important here. Um, So, the descendant was last seen in light by her personal assistant on Saturday, 2/11, around 14:45, 1500 hours. So, she's still sticking to around that 3 o'clock time frame, 2:45, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The descendant complained of having a sore throat and been lingering for the past few days. Before she left the descendant to go take a bath, she started getting to start getting ready for that night. So, that's the night of the pre-Grammy party. That was the night of Clive Davis's party. Um, the personal assistant then left to go pick up some items at Neiman Marcus. The personal assistant left Neiman Marcus around 3:25, and per the door key, she entered the descendant's room around 15:36, so around 3:36, so about not even 11 minutes later, 10, she was really only gone for. So if it took her 10 minutes to get there, 10 minutes to get back, what did she really pick up? She was literally gone for like 30 minutes. Okay, anyway, she went, that's what I'm saying. Timelines are really important. I don't know how far Neiman Marcus is from the hotel or anything like that. So, but she obviously got back. She left at 15:25. So about 11 minutes later, she was in the hotel room. He presented, she was in. So we don't know if she's walked. That's why I was saying I don't know how close this store is, if it's right around the corner where they can just walk in and out. But if that's the case, she was then roughly in the store for about less than 10, 15 minutes. Because if it takes about 11 minutes to get there, 11 minutes to get back, that's 22 minutes. And you said you left around 2:45, 3 o'clock. So that leaves not too much time to run errands. So anyway, she went into the bathroom and she found the descendant lying face down in the bathtub, unresponsive, with the top of her head facing west. So the descendant was laying face down in the bathtub, unresponsive, with the top of her head facing west. So, I mean, I don't know how the floor plan is set up. So, um, unresponsive with the top of her head. The bathtub was filled with water, and there was water on the bathroom floor. However, the water was not running. She called out. So she's face down. I can understand it. Maybe she overdosed. She fell asleep. You would slide in. You're not going to be face down. You're going to be facing up. I don't know if a body can roll inside a bathtub like that, upside down. But she was facing down. So, somebody must have been like on top of her or whatever. I don't know how that goes. She couldn't slip and fall that way. I don't know. They said that there was water on the bathroom floor, but the water wasn't running. So there could have been a scuffle. There could have been a scuffle. The bathtub was filled with water and there was water on the bathroom floor. However, the water was not running. She called out to the bodyguard and they pulled the descendant out of the bathtub. The assistant then called downstairs telling them to call 911. They received the 911 call at around 15:43, which is around 3:43, and paramedics from the Beverly Hills Fire Department arrived on the scene. On Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 3:46 hours, paramedics from Rescue 1 determined death. On Saturday, 2/11/2012 at 21. So we went from 3:46 to 9:35 at nighttime. The water temperature in the bathtub was 93.5 degrees. There are no signs of foul play. So that's kind of hot water, 93.5 degrees. And then that was already 6 hours later from the time that they pulled her out of the water. Yeah. Okay. Who knows how hot the water really was, and it took 6 hours for that water to cool down to 93 degrees. See, this is all kind of questionable. Now, I wouldn't say, but now we're getting into some of the other details that, well, actually, and if you notice that there was like a gravy bowl up in there, and we're going to kind of try to find pictures of the crime scene photos to kind of match what they're kind of saying. The Beverly Hilton. So now we're going to talk about the scene around. The Beverly Hilton Hotel is located on, and then room 434 was located on the fourth floor at the southwest portion of the hotel. The living room was located in the west side of the room, located on the northwest corner, and the chair, and then a computer tower with a fedora on top of it. So there is a fedora, and if I'm not mistaken, her security guard, I think it's that old short dude. He's always wearing that fedora on. So we know obviously he was in there because one, he was one of the people with the assistants who locate the body and was there at the very beginning of the scene. So now, was it his or was it somebody else's? But there was a fedora, and I don't know that fedora was collected as far as evidence or anything like that to see who else may have been in the room or if anybody claimed it, or even the description of the fedora. But her security guard um, has like a fedora on everywhere he goes. It's a part of his look. So, and then remember, her room number is 434. So I also question this because if you look at some of the some of the photos of the paramedics in coming out of the room in the hallway and things like that. 434. If you watch some of the people who done videos like saying this is Whitney Houston's room, blah 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 blah. That night, there was even one just recently at this last Grammys where somebody went in and they were walking the halls, and you could see 434 is off into a corner. You have to go down the long hall and then around the corner, and it's off in a corner by itself. So my thing is if a lot of the pictures, the scene of them pulling, having Whitney on the gurney or whatever, or things like that, coming out of that hall, it's actually coming out in the middle of the hall. So I don't know if she was actually in room 434 when she passed. Now she may have been um registered to 434. That may have been her room, but I don't think that that's where the actual crime scene happened. I think it was in a different room because it is like in the middle of the hall. So if you look down, and then you can even tell at some of the angles, like you can tell, like if you walk around, that would have been where room 434 would have been at. Now they could have remodeled, they could have changed the numbers. I don't know, but even like outside, there's some photos that somebody took the day of, where you could see the outfit where she goes and where she interrupts the interview. She's wearing a certain type of outfit. What that outfit was hanging over the balcony. So if you look outside the balcony of the current room numbers and stuff like that, like it kind of matches and it doesn't match, kind of thing like that. So if you look at the room where the pictures may have came, you know what I mean? So her room, I don't think she was actually in her room when she passed. And also, if I remember correctly, Leola Brown, Bobby Brown's sister, I believe she also says the daughter was actually in the room waiting for her mom to come back. Um, so I don't think that Winnie was actually in this 434 room at the time of her death. So that is another question that I kind of look at when I was looking at a lot of things. I'm like, um, because I'm also like a little, I'm also a travel advisor. So when I go in, I'm like, man, I want to see the floor plans. I want to see the outline. I want to see what the actual inside. Of course, the room is gonna look different. They remodeled. I mean, this was over like 20 years ago. So I mean, well, no, 10 years ago. God, seemed a lot longer. But this was about 10 years ago. So, 12, well, now going on 13 years, but it's been a while. So, I mean, things could have changed. They could have changed the style of the furniture, the style of the, upgraded the, the amenities, the faucets, the sinks, and things like that. So, I mean, but as far as like the location, like you see everybody walking down the hall going around the corner and there it is. It's like off in a little corner. Like it would have like if you were to walk outside the balcony, I'm pretty sure it was a pretty, pretty, pretty view. But I don't think that it was she was in that room because where everybody is standing at, you can see them all crowded and and her daughter going hysterical and things like that. They're in the middle of the hall. And that 434 from all the videos that I have seen to currently of the layout, it's at the end of the hall. It's one of the last. It's before you take a left or a right. Like you go this way, it's a dead end. It's like the last room, and then you got to go back that way, and then or back up the hall. Come on, get down, Coco. Get down. Shoo. So, hold on. Let me get over here. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I thought I was sharing this whole time. Ah, Okay, so okay, so that's that. So, like I said, that 434 room and stuff like that. Yes, let's actually look at some of these pics. Let's see if I have. Um, I don't know. So let me share this screen. Um, screen. Share. So then we're gonna go and share this one. So if you look at like some of the TMZs, you see how they're in the middle of the hall. They're not. If you see how he's going around the corner right here, that's where it seems to be where 434 would be at. Like you have to go down this long hall, and you see. I don't know. It just doesn't seem. And here you can see here. See, this is where 434 is at. It's behind in a little corner. But you see how this would be, she would be like over here and you have to walk around the corner or it's at the other end of the hall. Like this is at an end of a hall. There is no way. I mean, it just seems like where are they at really right here? This is where they're coming out from. I don't know. I don't know how much. And you can see what's on the table. Like some of these crime scene photos are just like they're crazy. You can see the tray. Um, like here you can see there was that gravy dish that they said that it could have been filled with oils that Winnie uses to oil her body with and lavish up and things like that. You could see a robe. Um, it just seems like I mean this place was it was a wreck. It looked like there was a scuffle. I mean, there was drawers taken out. I mean, it was a pretty crazy scene. I'll see if I can get some of these photos up, and you can see here it's all over the room. Oh, here are the sinks. They were saying that this is how the room looked. This is how. So yeah, like I said, as far as the let's switch. Let's stop that screen. Stop the wrong stream. Stop. to our file. So now we're going back to the file. We're going to continue to read. Um, let's see. The computer tower with the fedora. Remember, there was a fedora in there located along the north wall. Central portion was a dresser with a mini bar in it. On top of it was an open bottle of champagne along with other miscellaneous items. Located in the north wall, northeast portion was the front door to the room. Located to the east wall were doors leading into the bedroom. Located in the southeast corner was a table with multiple bottles of prescription medications prescribed to the descendant, multiple, multiple blister packs, a loose tablet, and miscellaneous items on top. So remember, the assistant did say she had like a sore throat and it was been going on for a couple of days. So she may have a little cold sores and things like that. Over the counter medications trying to beat whatever cold she may have had, whether it was cold, allergies, mucus, anything like that, congestion, um, even with a little bit of nausea. Sometimes you swallow too much phlegm and it upsets your stomach. It's got to come out one way or another. So just saying. So located on the floor in the southwest portion of the room was an empty blister pack. Located along the west wall central portion were three tables with plates of food, an open can of beer, a single capsule, along with other miscellaneous items on top of it. The descendant was located lying supine on the floor in the central portion of the living room. So remember, they've already taken her out. People were already trying to resuscitate her. Um, they didn't test. I'm assuming they didn't check for no DNA on the open bottle. They probably didn't check for the DNA on any kind of utensils, plates, or anything like that. So because remember, they've already determined that this was an accident. The bedroom was located in the east side of the room. Located in the north wall, northwest corner of the was a closet. Just south of the closet was open suitcase and a lamp. So who knows? Was she trying to pack and get it out of there, or who? I don't like I said. I don't think she was in room 434. So whoever stuff or suitcases those were left there. She was there. So I don't know whose room, because either way, even if there was suitcases there, there is to be there was a lawsuit from Ray J's I guess fashion stylist or whoever he had hired to dress him for the Grammys. Um, there he has sued him for a little while, say because Ray J said that his suits were left in Whitney's Houston's room at the time of her death and things like that. So was it in her room or was she in his room? And those were his things. Like there's a lot of questions that are involved in this with this case that I don't understand. And especially just this is just reading the autopsy report, just the report itself. And this is not reading any of the detective reports and questions and interviews that they pulled in it. They even did any interviews. It almost seemed like this was an open and shut case. Like and even looking at those photos, if those photos were real from the crime scene at the time, like that room was not just a room to assume like because she was previously under the influence of some substances and didn't mean that's what that was. You don't have a hotel. She just checked in. She wasn't even there for about a week. And remember she when she checked in and when this happened, it was only really like it was really only about a week that she was there. There is no way even for an addict to have that hotel room looking the way it was at the time of those crime scene photos. There there's just no way. There was almost literally it looked like a scuffle, a fight. She, she pulled out everything she was going through drawers. She was trying to find some type of weapon that I have a feeling as we go further into this, remember they've listed several times already in each of the section they at least mentioned there was no foul play. They didn't there seemed to appear no foul play. So remember that. Those are the key words here. And and their words at the very beginning compared to what is actually at the very end of this report. If it's very contradicting, it doesn't make sense, and it is crazy. And but we're also going to talk about some of the stuff. So let's keep going. Located in the north wall central was a luggage stand. Located on the northeast corner was a table with a bottle of prescription medication, loose tablets, and miscellaneous items on top of it. So now you have two tables with medication and all these tablets and things like that located there. Located along the east wall central portion was a bed. Located along the east wall southeast portion was a nightstand with a bottle of beer on it. And I'm assuming that beer wasn't tested either. So now we got two places where you're stating that there's an open beer with food. You have one at the top, which was this plate and an open can, open beer, and down here, a nightstand with a bottle of beer, as well as the bottle of champagne by the minibar. So, located along the okay, so loose top is okay, and then the center portion was a bed. Okay, located along the east wall, southeast portion of the nightstand with a bottle of beer on it. Located on the south wall were sliding glass doors leading onto the same balcony. Located along the south doors, southeast portion was a chase or lounge. Located along the south wall portion was another luggage stand with an open suitcase on it. So now you have multiple suitcases. There's no description of what was in those suitcases. If they were open, you should have been able to see if there was lingerie. If they were open, you should be able to tell whether there was male or female items up in there. Um, these are some of the things that could have been detected and and detailed and written down as part of the investigation. Located along the southwest corner was a three-drawer dresser with a bottle of it. Okay. Located, it says three-drawer dresser with a bottle of prescription medication, loose tablets, a bottle of supplement, and other miscellaneous items on top of it. Located in the rest wall were doors leading into the living room. The carpet in the bedroom was soaked with water. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me. Okay. So now we are going to continue. Let me put the so the luggage with an open suitcase on it, located at the store three with the southwest corner, was a three-dresser drawer with a bottle of prescription, loose tablets, yeah, yeah, yeah. In the living room, the carpet was bedroom was soaked with water. So the carpet in the bedroom was soaked with water. You have the living room floor. So basically, every room in this hotel room was soaked with water. How did you get water in the bedroom floor though? Because if the restroom's on the outside, you have doors leading into the bedroom. So yeah, remember this is like a big old suite. So this is like a little mini apartment. You obviously don't want to have the restroom and stuff inside your main suite. So I mean, okay, crazy. The bathroom was located on the northeast portion of the room. Located along the north wall central portion was a tub. There was approximately 12 inches of water in the short end and approximately 13 inches of water in the deep end. In the bathtub was a towel. Oh, so it wasn't a robe, it was a towel, a bottle of rubbing alcohol, and a pitcher, which I'm assuming they're talking about the golden gravy dish. Located in the north wall, northeast portion was the toilet stall. Located along the east wall was a counter with a sink and drawers below. Located on the counter in front of the sink was an ashtray filled with multiple cigarette butts. Located in the south portion of the counter was a small spoon with a white crystal-like substance in it and rolled up a piece of white paper, along with miscellaneous items. Located on the north portion of the counter was a bottle of prescription medications and ripped open small plastic bag, along with other miscellaneous items. Located in the top drawer in the north side of the counter were remnants of a white powdery substance and a portable mirror on a base. On a bottom of that base were more remnants of a route powdery substance. Located in the south wall central portion was the entrance into the bedroom. Located in the southwest portion of the bedroom was a chair with some clothes on it and a blanket on the floor next to it. So you now have a bedroom with some clothes on it and a blanket on the floor next to it. Oh, remember the bedroom was supposed to be soaked. The bathroom floor was covered with water. Located in the west wall central portion was a door leading into the shower. The bathroom floor was covered with water. Okay. So now we're going to get into the evidence. So on Saturday, 2012 hours, I don't know what that means. But on that day, on 2/11/2012, that's a day, not hours. But I collected a plethora of prescription medication bottles prescribed to the descendant, multiple blister packs, and a loose tablet from off the top. Okay, so I understand that they found like all these packs, but you got to remember she was in this room already for about a week. And she's already had this cold for about or whatever she was having for about 4 days, give or take, according to the assistant. She's already had it for several. She didn't say a couple. She didn't say a few. She it was at least 3 to 4 days already. So if you think about it, you're taking these about every 4 to 8 hours or 6 to 8 hours. These pills, you're not taking them no more than 4 times a day. Let's say if you just take the minimum of 4 times a day and you've already taken them for 4 days, that's already 16. And that's not if you're taking two at a time, like if they're Advil or Tylenol, you're popping in two or three at a time. Like, so therefore, you're not that just doubled. So you almost pretty much, yes, she's gonna have a lot of excuse me, like me. I need a cough drop myself. Um, she so and then not including if you're taking like Mucinex or you're mixing them or you're alternating them between ibuprofen and Tylenol and um things like that. So I mean, yes, and then that's not including if you're around somebody else who's also sick themselves or you're hanging out with people who um like um if you're I don't know if you're in the like if like singers often have to take like cough drops because of sore throats or whatever. I mean that's their tool that they use more often compared like I could see like basketballs they're constantly putting icy hot and things like that on their joints and knees and because those are the things that they use most in their skills and stuff like that. And Whitney Houston was a singer, so does she always keep cough drops on hand? Was she always taking some type of medicine or some kind of throat lozenges or things like that? So I can see, and some of them were prescribed. So some were prescribed and some were over the counter. So I mean, we all have. So we go to the doctor, they give us those good meds, but they tend to, um, you don't get no refills, so you gotta go with the over the counter. So you have or you mix them a little bit both, so you make the good medicine last a little longer. I mean, I see where she can have several things of some things. Now, when they're talking about the white crystal substance, now do we honestly know if that was hers? Because according to the rest of this report, she wasn't. There was really nothing detected in her system if anything, small traces, to where somebody could snuck it in, tapped it over her food, they would not, started introducing small doses to her so she wouldn't feel the effects or really wouldn't know that she um, was being drugged at the time. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that could go in with that. And remember, they're not saying it's a whole bunch or they say it's a small amount, a spoon here or a little powdery here, like leftovers, like if there were crumbs or like she did it all and that was what's left and things like that. So this is really putting the narrative off as trying to really push that narrative it was an accident or some type of um influenced. Um so again, they're saying here there was a spoon with a white crystal-like substance in it, rolled up with a piece of paper from the top of a counter along at the east wall in the bathroom. I also collected remnants of a white powdery substance from out of the drawer from the bottom of a mirror in the same. Okay, in the bathroom counter along the east. Okay, so he's just repeating what he's already said, but now he's just focusing on that. A later, I later booked all the bottles of prescription medications, the book bottle of supplement, all of the blister packs, all of the loose tablets and capsules, the spoon, the white powdery substance at the forensic service center as evidence. Chanel, stop! On Saturday, 2/11/2012, at 23:42 hours. So now we're at 9:40. We're apparently this is where the detective that claimed that was able to clear the scene comes on. On Saturday, 2/11/2012, at 23:42 hours, criminalist Mark whatever used a pubic hair kit on the descendant of the crime scene. On Saturday, 2/11/2012, at 23:55, so at around 10 o'clock, um, criminalist Mark collected fingernail clippings from the descendant's hands at the scene. On Sunday, 2/12/2012, so this is at midnight, at 12:04 in the morning on 2/12. So now we're on the day of the Grammys on Sunday. We're past the party. Everybody's still partying up over there in Clyde Davis's room right now as they're going over this crime scene. So on Sunday, 2/12/2012 at 0:1500 hours, Oh wait, at 0400 hours, criminalist Mark collected hair standards from the descendant at the scene. At 015 hours, criminalist Mark used a sexual hair kit, the fingernail clippings, and the hair standards and the sexual assault kit at the Forensic Service Center as evidence. So now we're going to do body examination. Now we're going to talk about what they physically saw on that body that day. So remember, we have been told multiple times throughout this report there has been no signs of foul play. The room wasn't in a way where it should have screamed out, more than just an accident. Her body didn't show. They just saw it was maybe one. I think they said one mark on the forearm or one mark on the leg or whatever. Like I don't know, they were trying to peer it off as something, but they've already mentioned several times in this report no foul play, and we're only on page 4. There is 42 pages of this report, and on page 4, they've already probably announced it 4 to 5 times that there has been no signs of foul play. So let's continue into this body examination the day of, um, from his perspective of what he saw on the day of when he's passing. The descendant is a 48-year-old black female with short black hair, brown eyes, and she has all of her natural teeth. Okay. There is an old healed vertical scar approximately 2 inches in length on the inner lower left arm. So horizontal, so like maybe previous attempt of taking her own life, or maybe somebody else trying to take hers. Um, it's about 2 inches, so it's about right. No other scars and no other tattoos were noted. The descendant was nude, lying supine on the living room floor. The top of her head was facing south. Her right arm was bent at the elbow, with her right and resting on the floor against the right central portion of the torso. Her left arm was slightly bent at the elbow, with her left hand resting on the floor against her outer upper left thigh. Both of her legs were straight, with her right foot pointing north and her left foot pointing northwest. There was a defibrillator patch of her, so they've already tried to resuscitate CPR. There was a defibrillator in the upper right chest and another defibrillator in the lower central left torso. Both of her eyes were congested, and there was a bloody purge coming from her nose. So remember, nose was bleeding. Possibly, remember, if they're saying she drowned, I don't know if that causes nose bleeding or anything like that. Now, I don't know if that was a before she drowned or after she drowned. So that's also something that they should be a little bit more, that the coroner should, or whoever did the autopsy should have been able to tell whether that bloody purge came before or after her passing, or after a attempt or during the attempt of drowning. So there were 2 superficial abrasions to the left side of her forehead. So on the left side of her forehead, there was 2 superficial abrasions. And there were superficial abrasions to the left side of her bridge of her nose. So from here and here, possibly from wearing glasses, maybe sunglasses, who knows? Um, but if you look at previous pictures before her, she did not have these marks. So we would compare before and after kind of pictures. So remember, she had superficials on her left side of her forehead, 1 and 2, and 1 on the left side of her nose, the bridge of her nose. So up here. So there's 3 of them. There was a, there was a, there were 2 superficial. Okay. There was a superficial abrasion to the top of her right shoulder. So she had abrasion here. There was a minor skin slippage of the upper central portion of her chest. Now, I'm not sure that kind of terminology and what that really means, but on the upper central portion of her chest to the inner left portion of her chest. And there were lower central port and to the lower central portion of her chest. So all in here there was minor skin slippage. There was also minor skin slippage to the upper left side of her abdomen. There was superficial abrasion to her outer lower left arm. So on the outer left arm, she had abrasions. There were possible old puncture wounds to the inner left arm. So puncture wounds possible, old, but they don't say how old. There were superficial abrasions to her inner central left forearm, and there were minor abrasions to the top of her left hand. So on the top of her left hand, there were abrasions between the middle and ring fingers, possibly caused by her rings. So she almost seemed like she was fighting with somebody because that wouldn't happen if you were drowning. You wouldn't get all these bumps, and especially around the bridge of your nose and things like that. How do you get that from a tub or anything like that? Now you could have fallen. Now they would have said she fallen and there possibly hit her head, um, on the handles, hit her nose on something. Yes, possibly, but still unlikely. Yeah, but like there's too many abrasions around her body for her to have accidentally drowned in this tub of water due to any kind of um medication or substance use. Okay, so let's keep going. There were minor skin slippage on the front both of her knees and to both of her central portion of her legs. So all down from her shin to her knees, there was some type of skin slippage. There was minor skin slippage to central portion of her to her inner upper right calf and to her outer lower left leg. So she is pretty damaged all over her body. There were minor skin slippage to her inner upper right calf and to her outer lower left leg. There was skin slippage to the lower central portion of her back. On Sunday, 2/12/2012 at 05 hours, the water temperature in the bathtub was now 89 degrees Fahrenheit. So remember earlier at like 9 o'clock or whatever, it was at 90 something degrees. And now here we are 3 hours later and it's already dropped almost 10 degrees. But earlier when you were in there, from the time that you said it was like 94, 96 degrees or something like that at 9 o'clock when you got there, but she was in the water at 0300 when they found her. So that was 6 hours. Now within 3 hours, it dropped 10 degrees. So can you imagine over double that? That had to at least been a 20-degree difference. So that water was over 100 degrees, probably over 110 degrees when they threw, when that body hit that water. On Sunday, 025 hours, the air temperature inside the living room was 67 degrees. On Sunday, 031 hours, the descendant's liver temperature was 96 degrees. So it was pretty hot at the time. And this was already, I mean, she died 9 hours prior to this when they took her liver temperature. And it was sitting in a 67 degree they had that hotel room at 60 set at 67 degrees. Now, whether that temperature was set at that time before or after, I don't know, but temperature is key to a lot of this stuff too. I mean, it's a science. On Sunday, 2/12 at 0:30 hours, I positively identified the descendant as Whitney Elizabeth Houston with a date of birth of 8/9/1963 by a photograph on her California driver's license at the scene. Remember, that was already taken out by the court, by the paramedics or somebody. Next of kin on Saturday, 2012 at an unknown time, friends notified Blank, the descendant's daughter, of her mother's death. So the daughter was already told before detective even got there that they've already called her daughter to let her know. So on 2/11, sometime before, during all that chaos, they've already spoken to her, the daughter. I have not spoken with Blank at the time of the completion of this report. So even at this time, he still hasn't spoken to them. So he's making a report and making a decision before they've even gotten all the details. They took no evidence from the scene. They didn't take anything. They didn't do any kind of DNA testing, any kind of um, anything. I mean, this place was apparently soaked with water. I mean, how did you get this floor in the bedroom soaking with water unless somebody got soaking wet, changed, went in there to change, left. Something happened in that room. Now, and including something happened in a room, but which room on top of that? I like I said, I still don't think 434 was the actual crime scene. I really don't. But we're going to continue. Okay, let's see. Tissue. I did not discuss tissue donation with the descendant detective. I am required a 2-hour notification prior to the examination. Yeah. And this right here is just everything that they collected. Um, as you could tell over the wa- counter, Walgreens. Actually, no, this was prescribed. Sorry. All this Prostasolum, um, generic for Augmentin. I don't know what that is. Amoxicillin, I'm assuming. I don't know. It says one small smooth crystal like substance in one end, right rolled piece of paper, two pieces from small plastic bags, remnants of a white powdery substance, one open bottle of CVS Pharmacy ibuprofen, originally with 50 tablets, now with 9 tablets, 4 empty blister packs, originally with 8 tablets of Midol complete. 2 empty blister packs of Midol extended tablets, 2 blister packs containing maximum strength Mucinex DM tablet, empty blister packs. So 24 blisters. So yeah, there was quite a few. So it seemed like there was more than one person sick around her. And then you have Xanax, and okay, we throw that into the mix. Okay. And then now we have down here. This is just a preliminary examination report filed on 2/11 to 2/12. This is, like he said, 67 degrees. The water was at 89 at this time. Liver temperature at this time. Like I said, I'm still questioning these times and the temperature of the water and how hot it really was. I mean, you're talking about all this skin slippage and all this other stuff. Let's see here, see how he seen temperature regulated. So no, they really weren't keeping an eye on, like they said from the very beginning, they thought it was an accidental death due to substance. So they weren't really looking all into these types of facts. Here you could say you see drowning and the effects of heart disease and cocaine use. So they're saying that due to this, It aggravated this, which led to this. So they're saying that because she used Coca-Cola, she already had atherosclerotic heart disease, which is clogging of the arteries in the heart. So with that and the use of the narcotic, that basically pretty much induced the heart risk here, which either clogged the artery or even more led to like some type of heart attack, whatever thing, something like that nature, which then led to the drowning. She suffered that heart failure, and that initially led to the drowning. Um, Now, I don't think there was any waters in the lungs or anything like that, so I'm not sure if she truly drowned. I would probably say if you were going to say something like that, I probably would have just left it as a heart attack due to the or heart failure due to the induced to the narcotic. It was induced by narcotics. Um, but then you add the drowning, so it's like, was she actually drowned? Like, was she, I mean, how did she drown? Was she forced drowned? Like, so anyway, history of substance abuse. Let me see what's going on over here because now my baby's in here. So okay. Mm, she already had 60% narrowing of the right coronary artery. She had mild emphysema, gliomas of the uterus, congestion of the right colon, perimortem and postmortem skull burns. So it's probably from the hot water. Antemortem injuries. So these were antemortem is before death. So these were all the injuries she had before she actually passed. So she had a contusion abrasion on the left forehead. Remember the two marks on the left forehead, the mark on her nose. She had scald burn of the sacrum due to the hot water. Probably, I'm assuming, allegedly. Abrasion of the left hand, abrasion of the right lower leg, superficial incision of the lip. So now we have an incision of the lip, busted lip, probably. From what they're still saying they didn't state that she fell into this tub. She fell into anything. They're saying she drowned. She went in there. She was taking a bath. She was lathering up. She was spreading her oil all over her. That she was induced with narcotics, and her heart um just gave out, and she drowned. And so there shouldn't have been all these abrasions for what was she fighting against? If she was in this kind of state, if it was really some type of heart failure, heart attack, heart condition, something in that matter, where that should have been it. She shouldn't have really been considered drunk because she didn't drown. Yes, she was found, but that wasn't the cause of the death. So now you have upper lip, like you have a busted lip of, like this is just this poor lady was beat up. That's what I'm assuming just by reading this. You have the abrasions of the anterior chest from when they try to resuscitate her. You have the microderma of adrenal, the mild fatty change of liver, the fibrous mastoph, I don't know. See separate radiology, dental microbiology, criminalistics, and toxology reports. So, the circumstances. The descendant is 48 woman found submerged in a bathtub that contained extremely hot water between 93.5 degrees Fahrenheit at 9:35 p.m. per detective. She was pronounced dead at the scene by paramedics at 3:55 on February 2012. So again, this was extreme hot water. At 9:35, they're still saying it was already still in the 90 degrees. And this was 6 hours later from the time that they found her body, from the time that even if we go back to 3 o'clock from when the assistant says she left her there, this is 6.5 hours later. The body is identified by toe tags and coroner's identification band on the left ankle and is that of an unembalmed, refrigerated adult black female who appears that stated age of 48 years. The body weighs 151 pounds, measures 66 inches, and is well built. So they're saying she wasn't thin, she wasn't fragile. She weighed 100. She weighed more than I do right now. Of course, she's taller, 66 inches. I'm assuming 5'6". So yeah, she's about my height, a little taller than me, not much. So they're saying she was well built, muscular, and very well nourished. So this is not something that somebody who was doing all these apparently narcotics or substances, she would have been thin, frail, fragile, and broken boned. This lady is as healthy as we are right now, as I am right now. Actually, she weighed more than I do right now. And that's because I actually just got off from being sick for about a week. So I haven't really eaten and I'm barely recuperating from that. And so I've lost anywhere between 5 to 10 pounds just from being sick. So, but my normal weight is still less than it's at the 145. So I'm at 5'4", 5'3". She's not much. She's about let's just give her a whole 6 inches above me. That's still, and then you're weighing at 150. So you're pretty. You're not missing any meals. You're not replacing any meals with anything else. Is what I'm trying to get at. So let's keep going. Oh, let's see. Oh, Bill. Okay, evidence of injury. The word marking is used below to describe a circumscribed area of abrasion or scald injury. So now we're going to go into what they see as injuries at the time of her death. The face shows perimortem skin markings as follows: yellow brown marking in the central forehead. So it's like boom, right? Possibly, maybe, just my opinion. A yellow brown marking at the lateral edge of the left bra, so up here. So basically, yellow brown is almost kind of like a bruise, I would think. A yellow brown marking on the left side of her nose. So again, she had that abrasion. Yellow brown marking to the lateral left nostril. All so basically all right here. She to her left side. The following injuries inflicted during life pre-mortem are seen. So these again, pre-mortem before she passed. She had yellow brown marking to the left forehead with an underlying inch contusion. So incision on her lip. So she had a busted lip. There is perforation of the posterior nasal septum. So her nose was broken. There are resuscitative markings to the chest, of course, from doing CPR. And from the defibrillator pads, yellow brown marking in the center of the chest. So they're saying that these were all marked from resuscitating her. So let's continue. We have the clavicle regions of the upper left. They have yellow brown marks. So there was bruising there, like somebody pushed up against her, was holding her down. Um, Markings of the left breast. So um, there seemed to be some type of struggle. An area of the yellow, the skin slippage of the earthy is most superior, located over the sacrum. So these are all antemortems. A post-mortem liver temperature excision is present at the right costal margin. Extremities in the area of the right elbow, there are um, three yellow-brown abrasions. So on the in the area of the right elbow, there are three abrasions. Like maybe fell back, she was on the ground, she was fighting, she was tugging, she hit. On the back of the right hand, contusion. On the back, Polly slapped, so was trying to fight back, slap somebody. Um, there is additional yellow-brown abrasions of the tip of the right finger measuring 1/8. So the tip of her right ring over here, she had an abrasion. So she maybe tried scratching somebody, probably cut it on her somebody's tooth, somebody's glasses. She it almost sounds like she was fighting back. So something there is a tussle that I believe happened there. Again, this is all just speculations and allegations, and this is all allegedly because um, again, I wasn't there. These are just coming from the reports, and just from reading this, brings up a lot of questions and things like that. So let's see, you have on the right of the back end, you have the contusion, yellow brown abrasion. There is additional yellow brown abrasion at the tip of her right finger. On the inner surface of her left upper arm, there are four contusions. So maybe somebody holding her, like grabbing her. They didn't say they were finger like, but four of them. Just picture it. On the posterior surface of the left arm, around the elbow, there are two yellow brown abrasions marking inch and another measuring that. On the back of her left hand, at the knuckle of the ring finger, there is a small yellow abrasion. So she was throwing up some dubs. She was giving up that two piece. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. All right. Let's see. On the anterior surface of the right leg. So now we're going to the legs, not just her hands, feet, face, and things. Now we're going to her legs. Abrasion in the area of the knee. She had marked knees. She was fighting. She was tussling. They dragged her. They dragged her. They pulled her. They punched her. They did everything to this poor lady. There is a 2.5, 1/8 inch hook shaped red abrasion of the medial surface of the right lower leg. So she had a red abrasion of a hook shape. Of the right lower leg, hook shape. She kicked something. She was pushed into something. Okay. There is a inch zone of skin slippage at the right shin, a small zone of skin slippage at the lateral right ankle. So they dragged her. Somebody dragged somebody. She got carpet burn. She got something. You gotta remember there was water all over that bedroom floor too. On the front of her left leg, brown abrasions on the skin and shin, over the dorsum of the left foot. Skin slippage. Tattoos are not present. Rigor mortis is present in the limbs and jaw. Liver mortis is fixed and distributed posteriorly. The head is normal cephalic and is covered by black hair. Wig is to the body. This is removed and placed in a paper bag to accompany the body. This is removed and placed into a paper bag to accompany the body. There is no balding and the hair can be described as wavy. The eyebrows are sparse and show irregular hair distribution. Mustache and beard are absent. Examination of eyes reveals irides that are brown and sclerae that show injection but no jaundice. There are no I don't know, hemorrhages of the so I don't think she was drowned. because there should be something in her, like she was dead before going into this water. They use that hot water to cover up some evidence or to speed up some of the process of damages or to slow it down. I'm not sure how the heat affects bruising and things like that. I always thought it intensifies it, and but it could be wrong because I would always thought cool. You put ice on something to stop the bruising and the things like that. So I mean, I don't know the so mean an unobstructed and shown bloody purge. The upper teeth had been replaced with a full art maxillary dental prosthesis supported by dental implants. But then again, she said they had all natural teeth. I don't know. Is it implants or are they natural? There are natural lower teeth present. There is no removable denture. The neck is unremarkable. There is no chest deformity. There is no increase to the anterior posterior diameter of the chest. The abdomen is flat. The genitalia are those of an adult female. There is no genital or anal trauma. The extremities show no edema, joint deformity, abnormal mobility, or needle tracks. There is evidence of old surgery. The following scars are present of the anterior neck near the there's a scar on the anterior neck of near the center. Small scars of the inferior margins of the breast implants. A linear scar of the anterior left forearm. A faint scar on the anterior pelvic brim. A scar of the area of the left hip. Two piercings and present one are present in each ear. There are not there has not been postpartum intervention for organ procurement. Clothing the body was not clothed and we did not see clothing. The descendant was reportedly found nude in the bathtub. The body cavities are entered through the standard coronal incision and standard Y-shaped incision. No foreign material is present in the mouth, upper airway, or trachea except for bloody purge. So she was bleeding in the throat. She had blood coming up. She had blood coming from her nose, probably from the broken nose. Now that we found that out, the neck organs are removed. The lesions. There is no edema to the larynx. Both hyoid bone and larynx are intact and without fractures. So she wasn't strangled. But they did find those things on her shoulders. She could have been held down. No hemorrhage is present in the adjacent throat organs. Investigating fascia, strap, muscles, thyroid, or the visceral fascia. There are no prevertebral facial hemorrhages. The tongue shows no trauma. Chest and abdomen. So you're finding all these bruises, all these scars, but all these bones and stuff. There's no trauma. Okay, cavities contain small quantity of straw-colored fluid. No, soft tissues of the thoracic, abdominal, or preserved breast. There is no fluid collection. The peritoneal cavity is without evidence of peritonitis, and there are no adhesions. Okay, we already know it shows lipid streaking. She had a bad heart. They really go into detail with the bad heart. A moderate amount of broth is found in the upper respiratory package. The mucus is intact. The lungs of 680 grams. The left lung weighs 610 grams, and the right lung weighs 680. The viscera are smooth and intact. So now I don't know if that's averaged for one lung to weigh more than another, but um, the stomach is not distended. It contains 400 grams of watery fluid with portions of food. So remember, there was a food there with one can of beer and some wine and some other stuff. The mucus shows red and congested areas. Okay, let's this kind of gives me now all these weights. I don't know if they're normal or not, so I couldn't even I mean, we could read it, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's. I would have to go back really look into that. I want to get into toxology. Blood from the heart, left femoral vein, right femoral vein, bile, liver, urine, stomach contents, vitreous, tracheal air, serum from the heart, blood, and centrifuge. Red cells from the heart blood have been submitted to the laboratory comprehensive screen. Vitreous, glucose, electrolytes, and urea, nitrogen, hemoglobin, screen, and alprazolam are requested. So just your normal toxicology. Um, Viral culture of the nasopharynx and bacterial culture of the throat have been submitted to lab. So here it says the photography. The investigator took 75 scene photographs on February 11th. 32 photographs had been taken prior to and during the autopsy, one intake, 28 pre-autopsy, and 3 during. So the investigators took 75 scene photographs. So she took 75 of those plus the additional 32 photographs, 28 before the autopsy and 3 during the autopsy. Wonder what happened to all these pictures then. The chief medical examiner coroner viewed the body with Captain Cates in the photography laboratory prior to the autopsy. The body is fluoroscoped and 28 x-rays are obtained by radiological technologist Diaz. X-rays are submitted for consultation. Skull radiographs are submitted for dental consultation. Detectives Hyen and Publicker of Beverly Hills Police Department witnessed the autopsy. There are diagram forms 20 and 22 were used during performance of the autopsy. The diagrams are not intended to be facsimiles. I don't know. Criminalists collected hair, nail clippings, and sexual assault evidence. The descendant is 48. So this is their opinion. The descendant is a 48-year-old black woman who was found submerged face down in a bathtub filled with water in a hotel room. Autopsy showed antisclerotic, I don't even know, heart disease. Toxology testing showed cocaine, benzaldehyde, marijuana, Xanax, alprazolam, fexurcitabine, and Benadryl. So they did find all this, but it wasn't enough to do what they said it did. I think there was a very small amount of Coca-Cola in her system. Like I said, it could have just been small traces from being laced in food, drinks, things like that. Death was due to drowning due to effects of heart disease and cocaine use. No foul play is suspected. The mode of death is accidents. So there we go. No foul play. Cause of death, accident. Drowning due to heart disease and narcotic use. Officially signed off on 3/29/2012. So like almost 2 months later. This is the criminalist report. So now this is from that criminalist Hyan. Okay. Also see coroner investigator report additional information, including scene description, case circumstances, conditions of body. On the 10th of February, so now we're on the 10th of February. It's not even on the 11th anymore. So now on the 10th of February at 9:06 hours, so at 19:06 hours. So this is at 7 p.m. on February 10th. I was notified by coroner investigator B. Elias that the coroner chief medical examiner, Dr. Whatever, was requesting that a criminalist respond to a death scene at 21:22 hours. So at 10 o'clock or at 10:30, at 9:30, they were requesting Beverly Hills advised that it was ready for our department to respond to the scene. At the time, the coroner investigator Kay McCracken and I responded together, arriving at the scene, the Beverly Hilton Hotel, room 434 in Beverly Hills, California. See, I wonder if that's a typo because he says it's supposed to be on the 11th. At 22:36 hours, I entered the hotel room and observed an apparent body lying on the floor on the living room and covered entirely with a white linen sheet, approximately 10 feet inside the entrance and several feet west of it. East of this room was the bedroom and bathroom. The bathroom floor was flooded, and water apparently originating from the bathroom were reported that the bathtub was overflowed and soaked the bedroom carpet, at least along the path to the living room. But see, here it says it overflow from the bathtub had overflowed and soaked to the bedroom carpets. But the water was not running. Remember that. Everybody's saying that all these floors are red, but the water it wasn't left on running to where she filled the bathtub or somebody filled the bathtub. Either she got in or she was placed in it. There may have been a scuffle before, so everything's torn upside down. Water's everywhere. But there was no water continuously running. So how did all this water end up everywhere? And then still have all that water left in the bathtub after there's so much water all over the floor. So had to either been filled. She would probably was in there. She wasn't in there. This water was filled purposely, and the scene is just a chaotic scene. I think this was not investigated properly. It says easily okay. It says the bedroom and the bathroom. Yeah. The bedroom carpet at least along the path to the living room. Much of the carpeted area of the living room was moist also, even up to where the body lay. After the sheet was lifted, I observed the descendant and adult black female lying nude and supine on a tan pattern carpet floor. No clothing was near the body. All that was near the body was an apparent white sheet or tablecloth bunched on the floor several feet to the left of the descendant's head. The body was oriented south to north with the head to the south. The women's legs were fully extended and slightly apart. The feet pointing toward the north wall and entrance were also extended, the soles somewhat facing each other. The left arm was at the side, slightly flexed in contact with the floor, and the hand was palmed down. Fingers are in a relaxed position with the lateral aspect of the hand in contact with the lateral hip area. The right arm was more flexed than the left, and the hand raised off the floor, palm down, fingers relaxed, but with the wrist more flexed than the left. The lateral aspect was in contact with the lateral abdomen area. The eyes were closed, and the face was oriented straight up toward the ceiling. Two large EKG pads, each with a long white cord, were adhered to the body of the upper right breast to the other of the left lateral upper abdomen below the left breast. A circular area of the skin, approximately several inches in diameter, in the midline of the chest between the breasts, were entirely devoid of its outer layer. This appeared to have been due to skin slippage, decomposition, and then also perhaps by life-saving efforts by others. Additionally, apparent skin slippage was noted at the lower back, and the other smaller areas were observed in the various areas of the body. I should be noted that per Beverly Hills police detectives, the body had reported been entirely submerged in bath water for what may have been nearly an hour's time, and that the water temperature had reported been measured by their personnel to be over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. However, long after the body has been removed from the bathtub. So therefore, they didn't take the temperature. The temperature was taken after she was removed from the bathtub, and hours later, so they couldn't get a correct temp reading at the time of the scene. At the right of the wrist, woman wore a bracelet made of a band of numerous small white stones, and attached to the band was a cross made up of similar small white stones. A ring, one of the right hand had a large white stone, possibly tinged yellow, with a small white stone along the hand. Each other appeared to be pierced twice. The fingernails and toenails were short, well kept, with no colored polish observed. The woman wore a weave or short, lane, dark hair of fibers and some highlighting. The front margin of the weave was in a position slightly back from the front line, revealing the woman's natural head hair beneath it. Her natural hair was short, dark brown, and kinky. So basically, her weave was pulled off. I don't think it was burned off by the water. Examination of the body surface were dry. The head hair and weave appeared to be moist. They collected a sexual assault evidence kit and descended. Nothing remarkable being noted. I also collected fingernail hair and pubic hair kits. I included a clipping from two separate areas of the weave and representing the highlighted coloring. Investigator McCracken then performed her examination and collected the jury items as personal property. My evidence collection was completed at 0:15 hours on February 12th. So now you're 2 days later. So that must have been a typo at the top where they stated that he was there on February 10th. It should have been actually been February 11th. Departure from the scene was at 0:41 hours. So she didn't stay there, but maybe like 3 hours max. So reviewed. So they reviewed the radiology. So radio packed linear densities present adjacent to the apical and calvarium and posterior occipital. I don't know what that means, but no acute or post-traumatic changes are visible. Extensive prosthetic dental replacement, mild osteotic changes, so mild bone like osteoporosis, whatever, and acromyoclavicle joints, bilateral breast prosthesis, otherwise negative radio. Okay, so nothing major. She didn't have too many major bones. Nothing really precise section of the piece of the back from burned area shows absent epidermis. A portion of the dermis shows heat effect with. So basically, that water was hot. Containing a. So we're gonna go down, 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 down. So here again is the drowning. Just found submerged in bathtub filled in water. She had some narcotic intake, viral culture, throat culture. All that was done. Autopsy photos, 3 in the room, 28 in the lab. These were reviewed on 2/14. I don't think they still have released those. These are all the drugs. See, like this one, there wasn't that much in there. Like this is not. And then they're saying she was on alcohol. She was on all these. Like she wasn't even drinking at the time. Negative was in her system. So they didn't do. They really should have collected DNA from those beer cans and stuff like that. I really think. Um, let's see. TSH cutoff values of TSH dependence for infants. 7 days. At least she wasn't pregnant. This is all the glucose, potassium. So now, let's go. So this is what I really want to see. So so we are going to get into, yeah. So if you look at the thing, like after we gone all through that, like remember they said it several times throughout that 42-page autopsy and criminal report that there was no foul play. No foul play, but she had all these abrasions, all these bruises, all the skin slippage, all this, and there was no foul play. So here we go. So we had the wig. Remember the eyebrows are spaced. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She had abrasions on the left side. Remember, two abrasions on the left side, the abrasion on her nose, the clavicles right here. Of course, these right here are probably from the what do you call it? The pads, the AED pads and things like that. Um, but then you have the skin slippage here. You have all these marks and bruises and abrasions here on her left side of the arm. You have, of course, this is a scar probably from child labor or some such. You have your scars from your implants. Um, And then you have all these contusions on the back, like somebody was grabbing you, holding you down, slamming you. They dragged you. You have all this skin slippage. You were dragged on the back. Um, your busted lip, like a lot of it was from up here where she got beat and dragged. Even on her hands, she was fighting. She got abrasions here on her knuckles, on her fingers. Like, this does not make sense. You're saying there was no foul play, but she has all these markings, all these, all on the arms. Remember, legs, all down here, legs, feet. She was dragged, skin slippage, skin slippage. See more closer to the nose. She had all these tiny nose right in the middle of the neck, too. She had right here in the middle of her throat. She was used as a punching bag. The influenza A not detected, not detected. That was from the swabs that they took. So she didn't have any virus detected at the time, so she wasn't really sick. I mean, she probably was. She probably had a cold or something, but nothing that was able to be detected. So, were y'all able to see that? One stream. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let me go back to that. I want y'all to see. See right here on the head. You have 3/4 to a quarter, 1 1/4 to 5/8, 5/8 to a half an inch, 3/8 to about half an inch in the center. Um, there's just so many markings. Right here, skin slip 1.5. That's a big identification band. Skin slippage right here. Abrasions, about half an inch, 3/8 of an inch, 2/8. It's on the inside. On the inside, you have along the back of the arm, 3/8. These are all bruising and cuts, and like on the back, abrasion. This is crazy. So now, after going over that, we know there were key players. We have this security guard, and then we have all. They've already had notified the daughter, so the daughter knew. And as you can see from some of the pictures, Ray J was there. Ray J was also really close to her at the time. They weren't dating. They were like kind of, I guess, friends with benefits. I guess you want to put it the best way possible. I mean, I'm not trying to make her look bad in any sorts of way, but hey, she was allowed to have a life, right? So let's kind of go in and see what kind of matches. Like I already said, I have a problem with the room number and where she was actually found. Some of those photos, her daughter stating that she was there waiting for her mom in the room. Um, where was she located at when she was towed? Things like that. Um, we already saw some of the pictures from earlier that showed Ray J there at the scene from TMZ's. You can see he was there when they were rolling her out. Um, right here. Let's see if I can get this. Let's close this one out. Share a different one. So let's go right here. Like, let's open up this one. Share screen. Okay, so here we go. So right here you can see Ray J. This is probably his security guard, I'm assuming. This was taken the day of. This is, and you could tell he's in black pants with the white shirt or maybe grayish. So I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. Ray J's right there with this security guard right here. Um, so here we have Whitney Houston died. A little bit of Ray J went with her. Well, Ray J's clothing anyway, and now he's being sued for the expensive items that mysteriously disappeared from room 434 at the Beverly Hilton. In recently filed legal docs, LA stylist Mark Littlejohn claims he was hired to do Ray J's wardrobe styling on February 10th. So here we are on February 10th for a Grammy related event. But remember, the party wasn't until the 11th, the Grammys wasn't until the 12th. So there was something else going on February 10th. Problem is, he alleges all the duds he let the singer borrow were left in Whitney Houston's room. Houston died the next day in the room, and according to the lawsuit, the price's clothes haven't been seen since. Says now Little John is suing Ray J for $2,880, the cost of missing clothes, insisting he reach out to both. So how convenient. Just before TMZ posted a story about a stylist suing Ray J over designer clothes that went missing from Whitney Houston's death room in February, the singer found them. He posted in a few hours ago Ray J being sued and the Grammy event, and they were never returned. According to the lawsuit, they were left in the Beverly Hilton hotel room where Whitney died and haven't been seen since. But now Ray J's rep tells TMZ the mystery was solved last night when his associates handed the clothes over to the singer. Sources tells us the items were taken from Whitney's room along with the rest of her belongings. We are told Witt's people couldn't get in touch with Ray J because he changed his phone number. So here we are. Let me show you these clothes. So these were the three outfits that the stylist um, was getting ready to dress Ray J for. Remember, he said it was on the 10th for a pre-Grammy thing. So we had the pre-Grammy party on the 11th, the Clive Davis party on the 11th, the night when he passed, or the day of, or the night of the day she passed, and then the Grammys, which was going to be the next day. So these right here, and then we have this part right here where Ray J was rushed to her to the hotel when they found out when he passed. So it look does I'm not sure if Ray J was told first or the daughter was told first. But remember, the daughter did already know by the time that the detective arrived later on to clear the scene. Um Again, these are the clothes. And so let's take a look to see because remember, this was the night of Clyde Davis's party. She was trying to get ready for that event. Um so let's go back. I have a video of let's see. Um, here. Excuse me. Okay, so this is going to be the night that see the coroner arrives and everything like that, and then we will see Ray J leave from the scene. So let's do this video first. So we are going to get rid of this one. Let's get rid of that one. So here we have the coroner arriving at the hotel to examine the body.
More paramedics from the coroner's office picking up Whitney on Beverly Hills. Somewhat
Definitely. So now there was that. Now let's look at so now we're gonna watch. So I'm not sure if the pictures from TMZ. You know how he was up there. He didn't have on a jacket or anything like that. He was just in the shirt and pants. So now We're gonna come out to this scene. Now, I don't know if this is, if they've already brought Whitney down or they still have they're still up there. I'm not sure what part of the night this is, but we already know he was inside. They got pictures of him and his security guard there, but his security guard doesn't leave, it looks like. He is being escorted by somebody else, this Van Exel, Drexel, or something like that. He has something to do with this as well. He's also the one that took out items from Whitney's room, where he said he cleaned it out. He picked up either whether there were clothes or substance or anything like that. He had something to do with something of the crime scene as well. And he wasn't really questioned about it. He didn't, there was really no follow up on it. So, him too, he's also has some type of um, tampering of evidence or anything like that. He's also a big character in this as well. I don't really think he wears a fedora. This fedora still has this thing. Like I said, Houston's security guard always wore a fedora, so it could have just been his in the room because he was there. You know what I mean? Why he would set it down, why he wasn't wearing it, I don't know. Um, was he somewhat involved in the incident? I don't know. Like we said, it's already been ruled as an accident. I don't know if they've already gone to reopen this case, but I know there's a lot of talk about this case needing to be reinvestigated and reopened. So let's look at this next tab because again, Ray J was there. Ray J was there that night, and there is a lot of speculations that he had something to do with it. Even Suge Knight has come out and said something. Jaguar Wright has come out and said something. Leola Brown has come out and said something. That he is in some way connected with this with her death in some way or another, whether he knows something, he was involved in something. um he is attached. If you were in connection with Whitney at the time, you are in connection with her death at some point, from a point, one point or another, from one view or another. But let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video because this is really interesting. Okay, so it looks like they're bringing her out. Okay, so they got the white sheet up. And this is they're saying was Ray J. Yes, he is covering up his face. I'm sorry, but these kids are like, I don't know, addicting, not addicting. So this kind of started me. Sorry, guys. Okay. Hi guys, I'm back. Thank you for patiently waiting. I had to go and take the dogs out. It's that time. So now let's go over this video. Like I said, this is they just brought Winnie out, I guess, on the gurney into the EMS truck or coroner's truck, whatever. So um and now remember he was upstairs. They had just notified him. He was distraught, whatever. Now he is coming down and this has to be around going on already to the 12th. So this is already into the Clive Davis's party. He probably came from the party. He was notified, and then now he is leaving. Instead of going back to the party, he is leaving. This is from this Van Exel person escorting him out. It's not the other guy, that big his security guard, the big guy that was with him. This is a different person. I'm not sure who he was really there for, whether he was there, if he was part of Whitney's entourage or Ray J's entourage, but this is Ray.
Sorry, dude. I know, I saw it too. Let's sit. Okay. Thanks, Mom. All the other, there's a huge crowd of media. Alright, so should I started doing like, oh, that's good. Should I go over there? Hey.
So that was Ray J leaving the scene from Whitney. Whitney, they brought her down on the gurney. You could see the pictures. He was upstairs. He was clearly upstairs when they were bringing her out of the room, taking her downstairs. And then you catch him on the outside from this video leaving with a jacket. He's covering his face. He's covering um, whatever he can to disguise that, to show that it was him. The girl in the front clearly acknowledges him, turns around. They have a real quick conversation, real maybe one or two lines back and forth. She turns around with a big old smile on her face, and then they're gone. They're gone. I'm not sure who that girl is, who was in the front seat with him. Like I said, I'm not familiar with the whole crowd. When we show pictures of Whitney, I'm not sure of her entourage either. Um, let's see. Maybe that was her in the car. I don't know who that was. Let me see if I can pull up my pics. My computer is going really slow. Okay. So let me click. So here we have the when remember I was saying I don't think she was in the room because here this is pictures of her stuff hanging from the balcony. Whitney Houston's death at Beverly Hills. General view shows Houston's blanket, scarf, and black dress hanging on the balcony rail as she was found dead at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, Beverly Hills, February 12th. So this was probably the day of. So remember, she was actually dead on the 11th at 3 o'clock in the morning. They did their entire investigation. The officers and detectives didn't leave until about a little after midnight. So then here we are on the 12th, the day of the Grammys. and after the party and everything, Clive Davis's party. So remember when I said she basically broke up an interview between Brandy and Monica and Clive Davis. She was wearing an outfit. This is the outfit she was wearing. You can see the emblem right here from the skirt, the black top, um, the shawl, everything, her towel, everything, hanging on the balcony. But if you see, this is a closer shot. But if you can see this balcony, this is in the middle. This is multiple rooms, multiple balconies from this. So, like I said, that 434 room was in a corner. And if you go out and you check to see that room and you go and explore, you see the people who have been in there and have taken pictures and shown video from the balcony. Is actually the balcony is located in a different area compared to the outside of this view. And you can tell if you go to the very first pic, almost like right here, her balcony really should have been, like, somewhere like this off in the corner somewhere. She should have really had one of these nicer balconies according to the room layout, or the hotel layout and things like that. But if you look at these pictures closely, you can tell there it's in the middle of all these other suites and rooms. There's some on top, some below, you know, she really should have had a corner balcony, and it should have been an open balcony, and, maybe I'll pull up a video of somebody that's actually shown a view. Let me see if I can go back. Maybe this one. Right here. Let's look up something. This one? Let's see if this one shows it. Okay. So let's take that one off. Let's do another screen. We are going to show this couple who went went to go visit and stay in 434. So as you can see, this is already the long haul that when you see them, here's that, I think it's the exit design or whatever, where they're taking pictures. She's clearly right here in the middle somewhere. But let's take a look at the scene of 434. So remember, you can lead to the patio from the bedroom and the living room. Remember, like the corner said, infamous. There's your sink where it had all the drawers where they were all pulled out. Carpet on the floor. They pulled her out into the living room. This is probably where she was laying. Remember, they had to take the couch. So let's look at this balcony. So this is the balcony, the patio. You can enter from either there or there. See how it's a corner? And this is where her clothes were apparently found somewhere over here in like one of these types of windows. I'm not saying it was one of these in per se, but if you look at the pictures, her clothes are clearly in a suite that looks like along one of these. It looks nothing like this balcony right here, this corner balcony. And a clear view over the pool. So if you look there, she was probably along somewhere right here in one of these rooms or in one of these rooms. Remember, you got to walk all down that hall to the very end to a corner room, corner suite. But why wasn't when she was coming out of that gurney when you see them walking down the hall, they were in the middle of the hall? And this is like case that they were talking about. So yeah, like I stated before, I really don't think she was found alive or found unalived in her room. I really think she was in somebody else's room. I don't know who room she was in. I think 434 was her room she was registered under. Um Now whether there was company there. Now, if this is true, if my opinion is true, if she was in another room, found in another room, the death was in another room, then possibly Ray J's clothes could have been in her room. He could have probably gone back in and back out, whatever, whatever, because that wasn't necessarily the crime scene, was her room. So, I mean, even at that, they were looking at it as an accident. So it was never a crime scene. There was never any tape put up. There was never real investigation to see if that was her room. If she was in, obviously they say the coroner kept on, and the detective stated that they showed up to room 434. Um, but it could have been a it could have been a mistake. It could have been 424. It could have been 414. They probably just thought it was 434 because that was the room she was registered to. So they just assumed whatever room they were in was 434. Um, there's a lot of questions and a lot of things that go on, like especially the way that room looked with the pictures. There was over 75 photographs, and if they were all like that, with the drawers pulled out, with it being a mess, it was a wreck. This wasn't a simple I took too much narcotics or too much sleeping medication and took a bath and slipped, fell asleep and drowned. um I think there's a lot more to this story, especially with all the markings on her body. Um, Again, there's just way too much. Now let's pull up some of these. Let's take this one off. Now we already saw Ray J leave the crime at the scene. Like, they didn't ask him to stay around. Nothing like that. So this video. Okay. So yes, we were able to look that up. Um, that was the suite. Again, if you look at we listened to the 911 call, so a lot of this stuff doesn't seem to be. Now let's kind of go look at I know I had a video. There's the clothes. Sorry, guys. Internet is really I know I had a Did you know? Just wait. Wait. Okay. So I am trying to find this video, but my computer is apparently I clicked the wrong button and ugh. This is cray cray. In the meantime, there is my Cash App. You're more than welcome to Cash App. I will put my PayPal link up. You can definitely find me on Talk Studio, Discord. I should have a tipping page. More than welcome to put a tipping tip in there as well. Um, if you donate through PayPal, just donate as friends and family. Um, so let's go ahead and do that. Trust. Everything goes to supporting abused victims. We try to help and locate temporary places for them to stay in order to get away from any kind of situation they may be in. We also actually have a litter of puppies. We are actually selling as well. That money too will also be going um, to raise for the to raise more funds for Vivid Lifestyles VVLS. So definitely want to take a look into that as well. I wish I could find that stupid video. I don't remember where I saved it. Let me see. Mm, let's see. I can find it. Oops. Mm, so there is more than this. It was. We'll watch different versions of it. Let's watch this one first. What-
See us on X Factor. love you. Why are you wedding me? I'm not swimming all day. I do 2 hours a day. This for you. 2 hours a day. I have to. I wish I was swimming.
I'm just hating a little bit because I can't.
I love it. Hi, honey.
Did you hear your man? Did you hear him? They've been paying tribute. They've been paying tribute.
This is my dad. It's my dad. I'll see you later. I'll see you later on. Mom, come see her. Come say hi to come say hi to your godfather. Okay. Come say hi to your goddad.
Brandy needs to tell us what the note said.
This for you. 2 hours a day. I have to. Okay. Come say hi to your goddad.
Brandy needs to tell us what the note said.
I do 2 hours a day. This for you. 2 hours a day. I have to. I wish I was swimming.
I'm just hating a little bit because I can't.
I love it. Hi, honey.
Did you hear your man? Did you hear him? They've been paying tribute. They've been paying tribute.
This is my dad. It's my dad. I'll see you later. I'll see you later on. Mom, come see her. Come say hi to your godfather. Okay. Come say hi to your goddad.
Brandy needs to tell us what the note said.
See us on.
Choose adventure, then dive right in. Choose to keep going. It's your call. You can choose a change of scenery, or choose a change of pace. The Mazda CX-50 Hybrid lets you go farther.
We invite you to take a look at Mazda and upgrade your driving experience this year. We're Roger BC Mazda, locally owned and operated for over 50 successful years. RogerBCMazda.com.
Every time I see Whitney, I lose it because she is definitely the greatest teacher, the greatest voice of all time. And just to have her support just here today is amazing because she's been doing this longer than we have. 30 years this year. Yeah, 30 years this year. Yeah, so just to have her support and her love, she's just like an auntie, like a big sister, you know, and it just felt good to have her advice and everything that she gives and brings to the table here today. It was great.
So many don't know know how loving she really is.
Yeah.
She's extremely loving, and when so many things were happening in my life that weren't in favor of me reaching my full potential, she was always there pushing me. And I think that it made it feel good when she was in the audience, just reminding us, helping us with sound and doing different things today, because their expertise, hers or Mr. Davis's, can't be found anywhere else. Those are things that you learn with time and with true perfection and being around legendary people for a long amount of time. So this is the one place that we would want to reunite. I think that it just happened so perfectly, and like you said, the timing was just right. Yes.
Whitney is here as a civilian this year.
Right.
She grew up with this party. I mean, her career launched at this party. I would say she must have done this party maybe 8 or 9 times at different stages, whether it was the Bodyguard, whether it was, you know, My Love Is Your Love. And then, so every year she loves music. This is all about music. So she's in the audience really. And of course, these 2 young ladies are very special to her. So she even came down to their rehearsal and came to give us a little pep talk as we're doing this today.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With Wix, you decide where they go.
Man, I have been sitting here waiting for her since I got here. I'm like, where's Whitney? Where's Whitney?
A 16-year-old Brandy barely able to contain herself.
I just hope she's nice to me and she likes me.
Knowing she'd soon share the stage at the 1995 Kids' Choice Awards with her hero, Whitney Houston.
Hey, baby girl!
Only extra with this amazing video, the superstar surprising her biggest fan.
Where you going? Don't you start crying and carrying on and stuff. Come here with your little pretty self. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud. Yeah, oh, look at you. How you handling that, huh? It's cool. It's cool. Come on, let's go and sit there.
Just 2 days before her death, Whitney bursting into this interview with Clive Davis, Monica, and Brandy, handing her protege a private note.
This for you. I love you, Whitney Houston. Peace.
And I was in my room getting ready. But the strange thing is, right before I started to get ready, there was this guy and a paramedics guy in the elevator. And they were like, hurry up, she's not breathing, she's not breathing. And later on to find out they were talking about Whitney, I was like, whoa, like this is crazy. And my mom calls me and tells me that she passed.
Child, Brandy was at the same hotel as Whitney Houston on the day she died, and she didn't know what was going on. Come on. She said her mother called her and told her the news, yet she was in the same hotel. Is Brandy hiding something? Also, haven't you always thought that it was a creepy coincidence that Whitney Houston gave Brandy a private note just days before she died? And right while cameras were filming them giving a taped interview? Why not give her the note in private? But you know what else people look at when it comes to Whitney's death? Brandy's brother, Ray J.
Ray J was the last person to see her alive. He let the dealer in, but she was sober, right? But he let the dealer in that gave her the shot.
So what exactly do these siblings know about the death of Whitney Houston? And what was in that note that Whitney handed to Brandy? Okay, like several other people, the last time Brandy saw Whitney was at Clive Davis's Grammy party.
That was the last time I saw her. I didn't get a chance to perform at the Clive party for the Grammys because I was devastated.
Yes.
I was devastated. I didn't understand. I couldn't believe it. It was just, I was in shock.
But a few days before her death, Whitney crashed an interview with Brandy, Monica, and Clive Davis. And in the video footage, you can clearly see that she slips Brandy a note. But you know what? Brandy still refuses to reveal the contents of the note. In fact, in another interview, she said, I'm just gonna not say what it was and keep it to myself for my own personal reasons. Regardless, a lot of people believe that Whitney might have given the note to Brandy in front of the cameras on purpose, like in case something happened to her. Actually, once she passed the note, she kept giving Monica and Clive attention so that Brandy had enough time to read it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that Whitney Houston interrupted a recorded interview just to say hi while she was wet yet fully clothed to just pass a note to Brandy and kiss her like that at the end. And if you listen carefully, you'll hear her say, "I nearly drowned today." In addition, people also noted that Brandy talks about everything good. When it's bad, she won't. And that can only mean that note was bad. And her face said it all when Whitney gave it to her. Which brings us all to the questions we have about Whitney's suspicious death. According to reports, Whitney's death was due to accidental drowning in a bathtub, and toxicology results revealed a small amount of Coca-Cola in Whitney's body. Apparently, there were also traces of Xanax and other substances in her system. So, official reports said that it was possible that Whitney possibly had a heart attack that may have been triggered by hardening of the arteries that caused her to lose consciousness and drown. But we also know that the coroner did not find any evidence of a cardiac episode or event. So that story about Whitney having a heart attack was probably just a cover-up. See, the coroner only noted that Whitney had mild heart disease and some blockage of an artery like a lot of smokers do. So the idea that she fell into the bathtub as a result of a heart attack is at least not established by the autopsy report. As for the Coca-Cola levels, the coroner said it seemed she used some, but not a whole lot. So it could not have caused her death. So the question people have always had is what caused her to become submerged in that tub of scalding water to the point that she could not get herself out. In addition, something else that came up after Whitney's death was that there wasn't enough water in her lungs to prove that she died from drowning, which makes it very likely that someone placed her in the bathtub and she did not pass out while she was in it. But here's where it gets even more interesting. A lot of people believe Brandy's brother Ray J was involved.
Nobody can explain. It's like it's all my fault.
What?
Yeah. It's all my fault. All of that happened?
No, that's not.
No.
See, Ray J was the
I was T-boned into a pole. She was in so much pain. The insurance company pressured us to accept a low amount. Once we called
last person to have a public relationship with Whitney, but they were really not steady, and they never admitted that they were an item. In fact, they actually denied that they were an item, and Ray's sister Brandy even said in an interview with Wrap Up that Ray told her they were not together. She said, "Well, every time I ask Ray J about Whitney, he always says that's just his friend. He's not dating her, and I don't think that he would lie to me." Well, Brandy was probably just covering up for her brother, cause we've had people say that they had seen the relationship play out.
I go in a room, Whitney Houston taking her pants off. I walk in the room like she getting naked in Ray J room, and she like, "Get out of here, young bird!" And I'm like, "Oh my bad, I'm sorry." And I ran out the room.
There have also been reports that Whitney got into a shouting match with Stacey F. Francis, and it was all because of Ray J. If they were not together, it would not have been a problem if Ray J was with somebody else. But because they were probably together, Whitney did have a problem with Ray being a little too close with somebody else. Now, on the day Whitney died, Ray J said he was not at the party, but there have been several accounts claiming that he lied about not being around. In fact, fact, one of the accounts from people who were there was that Brandy was asking for her brother at the party. So why would she be asking for him if he was not there in the first place? People also started giving Ray J the side eye when Raffles and Ray J were hurrying out of the back with Brandy Burnside that same evening. Yet Raffles clearly never liked Ray. So why was he helping him sort of sneak out of the place? And get this, Leola Brown, the sister of Whitney's ex-husband, Bobby Brown, said shortly after Whitney's death that Ray J had been helping Whitney get access to whatever she was using.
When I first seen this and I saw the news and sorry, please excuse me, I just have to come out and say this.
Please.
I saw Ray J coming out of the hotel, hiding his head, being pushed into the car. Why? He's always trying to show his face when he's around Whitney.
According to her, Ray J, who was not actually dating Whitney, but was just a runner boy, was supplying Whitney with the hard stuff.
For some reason, he knows somebody that sells, and he was buying them for Whitney, from what I know, and giving her. I want to know why this boy was allowed to do that.
Basically, Leola Brown believes that Ray J was involved in Whitney's death, and she actually blames him for what happened. For his part, Ray J only opened up 5 years after Whitney passed on, and he said he still felt guilty about what happened while speaking to Stacey Francis on Celebrity Big Brother. At the time, Ray also said that although several media outlets offered him millions to reveal secrets of Whitney's death, he turned down every single proposal. He said, "I had so many people calling me offering millions of dollars to have an interview. I was like, I don't need the money. It's not good money. That's just not right. My karma would be bad." But what exactly is Ray J not telling us about Whitney's death? And how much of it does his sister Brandy know? Most importantly, did that note that was passed to Brandy by Whitney have anything to do with her death? Well, as much as followers say the note was not coincidental, there are people who also say that they doubt anything of significance or real importance was in the note. For all we know, it was probably a happy birthday wish. Or it could have just been Whitney's room number at the hotel, and she wanted Brandy and Ray J to know where she was staying. Or maybe Whitney had a gift for Brandy for her birthday she wanted to give her. Someone even said that Brandy is just being unnecessarily dramatic and milking the note story for all she's got to raise interest in her and Whitney's connection. In fact, we've even had followers pointing out how dramatic she has been with the connection. Like in 2017, when both Brandy and Monica decided to remember Whitney Houston on her birthday, Monica took to Instagram to celebrate Whitney, and her simple message read, "You will forever be the greatest. You will forever be missed." Hours later, Brandy also posted her own tribute to Whitney, captioning her post, "My angel, my friend, my fairy godmother. I love you forever. Thank you for trusting me with the torch." Child, Brandy was not prepared for the heat she got for a post she thought was innocent, cause people flooded her Instagram comment section, drawing comparisons to their post and criticizing her for her self-indulgent caption. Basically, they were slamming Brandy for making the
So, anyway. Stream. Okay, so I can't believe I just did that. Okay, anyway, So, therefore, like you said, like even Jaguar Wright said he was one of the last ones to see Whitney alive. Um, there's so much to the story. I feel like there's missing. Let's look at. He shows up at the Grammys. Let's look at some of these pictures. I don't know why my right now doing so good at the beginning. Here, these are. Okay. So we're gonna bring up some of the ones after the fact. Let's share screen. So you can see right here. I'll be able to zoom in or anything, but if you look right here, So yeah, so we are gonna get ready to close out soon. We're just kind of going over the last little bit of information that I probably have just scattered here, but most of it is in the coroner's report. Like I showed the videos, everything that kind of like what brings up questions and concerns. Again, this is from Whitney Houston's funeral, Clive Davis' eulogy. Um, So Clive Davis is Sony's music chief creative officer and also Whitney Houston longtime mentor, advisor, and friend. And his comments at Newark's New Hope Baptist Church reflected that closeness. Read his eulogy attire below. You wait for a voice like that for a lifetime. You wait for a face like that, a smile like that, a presence like that for a lifetime. And when one person embodies it all, well, it takes your breath away. That's the way I felt in 1983 when, in the middle of your act at Sweetwater's Sissy, your daughter stepped forward and shattered me with her version of greatest love of all. And that night we connected, and then we connected with each other every night thereafter for the rest of her life. I thought of that just this past week when Whitney and I spent Tuesday afternoon in my bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. I looked at her on the couch, saw that she had applied a little makeup, and was once again taken aback. She was one beautiful woman. We talked nonstop music, a subject we both fervently loved. And as we spoke, I couldn't help but silently reminisce about all that we had shared together over the years. In the past, every hit we shared with pure joy. Neither of us could believe the incredible worldwide explosion when it happened. When she broke the all-time record of 7 consecutive number ones, we just felt utter disbelief. I would ask her, "Are you pinching yourself?" She would say with wide open eyes, "I'm pinching myself." She never took anything for granted. She was never arrogant. She was always grateful and appreciative. And then came the bodyguard. She knew how much I worried about her transition to film. She had to hold my hand, reassuring me that it would be all right. I said, "Look, I've got to worry. I get paid to worry." So, Whitney, I implored her, "Please let me worry." But you know, she was right. She literally lit up the screen. And when Kevin stood up and agreed with us that the movie had to be changed and opened up to much more music, who can ever forget how she looked when she mesmerized everyone in that stunning headdress with "I Have Nothing," how she dazzled in her close ups during Run to You, how she reinvented "I'm Every Woman," and how she captured the world forever with "I Will Always Love You." And then she followed with two special films, Waiting to Exhale and The Preacher's Wife. Were they ever memorable? Was there anything she couldn't do musically? Is there any performance of the Star Spangled Banner that remotely compares to hers? Will there ever be? And then there came time in 1998 because of the passing of years for what they called a comeback album. As material accumulated, we would meet in my hotel bungalow in our pajamas at 1 a.m. She ordering her hamburger and french fries from room service. I'll never forget the expression on her face when she first heard "My Love Is Your Love" and "It's Not Right, but It's Okay." She listened to each song carefully, sitting on the carpet, and we played each song over and over. Gradually, to my amazement, she had learned the lyrics and she started singing. With each playback, she started over, and it wasn't long before she totally owned each song, finding meaning I'm sure the composers never even suspected was there. And that's just the way it was with her videos. Right from the beginning, can you picture her on that big theater stage, stirring our hearts with the greatest love of all, and then turning to run to the rings into her mother's outstretched arms? In a flash, you can visualize the verve and the vitality of "I want to dance with somebody." And how will I know the camera just loved her? Can you ever forget her video for a Heartbreak Hotel as she approached the water draped in fur? Memories, vivid, indelible visual memories. Each of you has them as part of your lives. I have them scorching my brain right now. With every album, we toured together at least two continents, previewing her new album and with pride playing each cut to a wrapped house. And that includes the last album, I Look to You. We first went to London. I usually would do the talking and play DJ, and she would come out at the end to acknowledge everyone. But with this album, I definitely difference emerged. But with this album, a definite difference emerged. She wanted to speak out, and she did with assurance, and was oh man, I was on the roll. Look of your mouth. Okay, memories and okay. I usually okay. But with this album, a definite difference emerged. She wanted to speak out, and she did with assurance. And was she ever articulate? No longer shy, no longer the introvert. She was returning to music, her passion and life's work. Winnie lived Winnie lived music and Winnie loved music. This was her world, and she was so glad to be back. And that's why I'm talking today about the professional Whitney. Without knowing of her love of music, her passion for music, and her absolutely natural genius of interpreting songs, you really don't know Whitney Houston. Personally, all I can say is that I loved her very much. Whitney was purely and simply one of a kind. Yes, she admitted to crisis in her life. Yes, she confessed to Oprah about her searing battles. But when I needed her, she was there. She was there for me, an eternally loyal friend. Whatever the cause or event, she was the dominating the stage, stunning an audience, and creating still another lifetime memory. I believe in you and me, she sang, looking me straight in the eyes, showing she knew we've always been in it together. Yes, I was in her industry, father, and I was and am so proud of it. And Bobby, Christina, you two always be proud of your mother. She loves so very much, not only pure talent, but true heart and soul as well. She'll forever be looking after you and will never let go of your hand. So, as I said earlier, last week, Whitney came to my hotel bungalow alone. No bodyguards, no security, just Whitney and me. And she played her new cuts from Sparkle for me, and I played some new music that I liked for her. It was like old times. And she looked at me and quietly said, I want you to know I'm getting in shape. I'm swimming an hour or two a day, and I'm committed to get my high notes back. No cigarettes, plenty of focal exercising. Clive, I will be ready by August. Well, Whitney, I'm going to hold you to it. Everyone in heaven, including God, is waiting, and I just know you're going to rise. You're going to raise the roof like no one has ever done before. I don't know, that kind of seems kind of creepy right there. This last part, this last part really seemed he's already saying, "Oh, I'm swimming, so this is why she's wet every day. No cigarettes, so why is she confusion with the narcs and all this other stuff? Exercising, like, and then all of a sudden he's all like, everyone's gonna be in heaven, including God, is waiting for you. Like, hmm, crazy. So that was his eulogy to at Whitney's funeral. crazy, huh? Just crazy. I don't know. Again, like I said, after just going over the little bit of evidence that, I mean, I haven't seen all the crime scene photos. There's very few that are posted. I don't know if they released them all. I know EA paid for a few of them to get released, and so that's how we're able to get some of them. The report says there was no foul play, but apparently she had major injuries. Ray J was the last person to see her. He was the last one fleeing the scene. Very next day, he shows up at the Grammys with major bruises. M- Um, Winnie claims she was drowned previously on the 9th or 10th during that interview. She was soaking wet. She barged in, gave Brandy a note, um, basically said her farewells to everybody. Everybody, informed everybody of where she would be for the next several hours. So the room Whitney they were bringing out of was didn't seem like the same room of 434. The balconies are different. Whitney's clothes from the balcony was not on the same balcony that 434 seems to be the balcony of. So Winnie's clothes, whose balcony was Winnie's clothes really on? Really whose room was really Winnie's fourth? Was Winnie's room really 434? Was it a different room? Remember, they didn't give the room number when they made that 911 call. So there is a lot of things going on that day. There was no real evidence really taken besides all the medication bottles and prescription bottles, um, and some white powdery substance that was noticeable. Again, that Vin Drexel, he's been admitted to take stuff out of the room of Whitney. There was stuff missing from Whitney's room. Way J's clothes were apparently left in Whitney Houston's room, and then he was being sued for them, and then magically appeared. Um, so there's a lot of questions in regards to this, in regards to her death. I really think more needs to be done. More investigation needs to be done. There needs to be another set of eyes, new fresh eyes. I don't think including with the coroner's report, the detectives that were there, you saw he was able to leave. He left through the back. Ain't nobody else left that way. Um, he was very, very cut up, like he was in a struggle. And then, oh, you know what? I do have one other video I do want to play. Uh, I do want to play a video. Okay, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's in this one. Um, mm, it's this one. And this is kind of turn that one off. Let's share this one. This one was years later. Um, he calls into the Breakfast Club. Him and Fabulous are having like this little beef going on. Let's kind of go back.
again, fool.
So Ray J,
That's all I'm saying. Niggas saying Ray J got beat up. I'll sock that nigga in the face, my nigga.
So you punch Fab in the face?
One time. Hey, all I'm saying is if you got Fab number, tell that nigga to send a picture of his face right now.
Wow.
Okay, Ray J, let me ask you. So this is what happened because you didn't like
these bitch ass niggas.
You didn't like what he was saying on Twitter, like making.
Nah, it's like, look, don't disrespect me and Floyd like that. I play piano on that motherfucking piano every day. That's my big bro, nigga. We grew up together. So if you think I just came over there and sang a song, then you got me motherfucking twisted. I'm always over there, nigga.
Well, remember, we on air, Ray. We on air, Ray. You can't curse.
Oh, I'm sorry, Envy. I'm sorry.
So go ahead. So
Envy, I'm sorry. Are we live?
Yeah. So you approached him and what happened?
What?
I said, so you went up to him at the after party.
I'm with the
what
money
happened?
team right now. We are over here. I swear to God, he running from me right now. I had 100 fools outside of Moon right now. He never left the club. He was scared up in there. He tried to call the police.
So when you hit him, what did he do, Ray?
Nothing. He fell back because he's a sucker.
Okay, now Ray J, let me ask you. So he didn't hit you back.
Look, check this out. No disrespect. Like, shout out to my big bro Diddy because he tried to really be like, look, they was just going in on you. And you know, it was all fun and games. Shout out to Kevin Hart because, you know, he a comedian. But Fab ain't no comedian. My homie saved his life when he was in L.A. His life was threatened by my other dudes, and my other homie saved his life. So how dare you even speak disrespectful to me? You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it was. So when I seen him, I was with Floyd and 50, and he tried to say, don't touch me, and I touched that nigga. Straight up.
Did 50
with him.
Did 50 instigate the fight?
Listen, I got detained tonight. I got kicked out of the motherfucking Palm Hotel. Police arrested me, handcuffs. Listen, I said, look, y'all gonna take me to jail or can y'all just unhandcuff me and let me hop in my Ghost and get up out of here? They said, that's your car? I said, I'm cool. Can you handcuff me? I gave it, you know what I'm saying? I looked out for him and I was out.
Now, Ray J, so did Fab at all his people or did he hit you at all?
Nah, look, my team don't play. If you disrespect me, don't come to the West Coast. So he in Las Vegas, and he tried to disrespect me.
Well, we heard Fab headbutted you, and people are upset because he had his guard down.
Come on, my headbutted me.
So
listen. I swear. Listen, you call that fool right now. We can get on the phone right now and he'll tell you what it is. Because he know my big homies is on his bumper. So he gonna apologize on the Breakfast Club. Charlamagne, Envy, listen, you know y'all my dudes, right?
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna make sure he call up to the Breakfast Club and apologize for his actions. Cause I'm not playing, man. These niggas think I sing songs and run around here and do dances. I don't play that shit, man.
You not Omarion.
I'm not playing games.
For real, Ray, don't go to jail. Nothing ain't worth going to jail, man.
I know, and so this is what happened, right? Everybody told me to calm down. I'm back at the crib. I got kicked out of the Palms. I went back up to the Palms. Listen, my homegirls is rolling GT Bentleys. He got a 97 GT. Come on, my outside.
Listen, but Ray, you know,
nigga.
You know when you come to New York.
I got a 20-foot square, 20,000 square foot crib. I got an indoor pool, an outdoor pool. I got an indoor basketball court and an outdoor basketball court. This broke-ass, bitch-ass nigga. I swear to God.
Now, Ray J, just one question, though.
When I hit Slay, he ain't going to be able to even stay in his own town because I got some goons out there that's going to get him, too.
All right, Ray J, but let me ask you something. You know that Fab jokes around on Twitter all the time.
Fuck that nigga. Fuck that bitch-ass nigga. He can't joke on me, nigga. That nigga's a broke-ass nigga. He called me. I let that nigga borrow my Lamborghini for his video in L.A. That's my word. Ask Clue.
Hey, Ray.
I let him borrow my Lamborghini. I let him drop my top. He can have that shit. That's old. I got 3 new Rolls Royces outside. And I'm tired of being humble with niggas. I'm tired of being humble, and I'm tired of being low-key. Now I'm about to pull my motherfucking whips out. I'm about to show y'all what my crib looks like, and I'm about to roll with my niggas and smack niggas up that's talking.
Ray J! That's what I'm talking about.
You guys, come on. We don't want anything. We don't want anything to happen,
Ray,
though,
you know,
for
stay
real.
out of jail, Ray. You know, hopefully we can squash this out.
Point blank, I don't give a fuck about nothing but making money, making good product. I create my own TV shows. All my cars is paid for. All my cribs is paid for. I got pink slips on every one of my whips. You can come to my shit and see it. I'm stamping all this shit. Charlemagne know me. That's my big homie.
My man.
We go way back. So he know when I call him, I'm going to give him the exclusive shit. And I'm tired of playing games with these niggas. When I see Fab, he know what it is. Charlemagne, that's my word. He gonna call up to the Breakfast Club, and he gonna apologize.
Did it. Damn. All right, Ray. Ray, we appreciate you calling in, Ray. Ray, don't go get locked up, Ray. Do
Yeah,
not
Ray,
get locked
calm
up,
down.
Ray.
Just stay in the
Got
house.
locked up today. Already got locked up.
But don't get locked up. Yeah, go smoke something, Ray. Go smoke something and calm down, brother.
I'm ready for this nigga, man.
All right.
Straight up. Bitch ass nigga.
Thank you, Ray.
Man, I
Appreciate
hate
you
to see
calling,
people
mama.
so mad like that. I don't want Ray J
You know
to
what
do
I'm
nothing
saying? This
crazy.
nigga want to talk shit. I was with Puff last night, and I said, Puff, he said, listen, if anybody talk shit about me, I'm going to smack them niggas in the face. And I said, you know what? You know, you right. If Crew can't squash this, then it's over.
Now, we going to
Them niggas
squash it.
can't
We
come
need
to
this
the
to end
West Coast.
peacefully.
The only nigga that can squash this shit is DJ Clue.
We going to make that happen.
Clue done hit me,
Clue. We
but
going to
listen,
squash this.
Charlemagne, Envy, Angela Yee, I promise you, I'm going to have Fab call up there, and he's going to apologize to the Breakfast Club. He's going to apologize to me for being a broke-ass, bitch-ass nigga. I got 6 Rolls Royces outside, 2 Bentleys. My girlfriend
this got to end peacefully, Ray.
I'm playing games with this shit, nigga.
And I like Ray J a lot, so you're right.
Fuck this nigga. Talk to him, Pop. Fuck that whole team, nigga. I'm going to smack the shit out that bitch-ass
Now,
nigga.
we're going to try to get Fab on the line and squash it.
Nigga, get Fab on the line right now. I'll smack the shit out that nigga.
You can't smack him over the phone, Ray.
On the phone that like niggas, and they gonna rake that nigga. Bend that nigga over and stick it in that nigga boot.
All right,
Oh my
Ray J,
God.
Ray J,
Oh my
Ray J.
God.
All right.
I don't give a fuck.
We gonna squash this out, Ray. Appreciate you calling
I
in.
don't give a fuck.
We gonna talk to him, Ray.
Don't you amp that up,
Envy,
Charlemagne.
listen,
Stop it.
Envy, I love you. Let me be back to being my, you know, I'm upset. Everybody, it's going down in here. I'm with the money team. Shout out to Floyd 50. What up? Y'all know we turned on, but look, I love y'all. Let me get back to being positive.
All right, please. Let's get back to the
keep it
positive.
real. Power 105.1. I love y'all. G, Envy,
Yes,
Charlemagne. I swear he calling y'all today, and he apologizing.
All right.
And we gonna
All right.
air it tomorrow.
All right.
We airing that shit tomorrow. I hope I didn't use too much profanity. I hope y'all really, I know y'all didn't, I know this ain't live.
No, we had to
No.
stop. We had to stop.
we had-
The first curse we had to stop.
But it's coming up in a few minutes.
It is coming up at 9:30 exactly.
Go hard because this nigga got me twisted. I'm about to I'm about to ship my shit out there. I'm gonna throw the keys to Charlotte, you can have my goats. I'm gonna hop in the Cadillac truck and we gonna back to back it. And wherever we see Fab and his crew, we gonna smack them bitch
No, now, Ray, I'm not involved with that, Ray. I want this to end peacefully. You my man. You my man, but
right now we going in, nigga.
Ray, thanks for calling, homie.
All right.
Love. Let's get back to the mix. Matter of fact, let's play One Wish. Let's calm it down. 800-585-1051. By the way,
It's the song that started the whole fight.
Fabulous has an Aston Martin 4-door. I just want to say it doesn't have a 97 GT.
Nigga, bend that nigga over and stick it in that nigga boot.
All right,
Oh my
Ray.
God.
You can't smack him over the phone, Ray.
On the phone that like niggas, and they gonna rake that nigga. Bend that nigga over and stick it in that, smack the shit out that nigga.
You can't smack him over the phone, Ray.
On the phone that like niggas, and they gonna rake that nigga. Bend that nigga over and stick it in that nigga boot.
All right.
Oh my
Ray J knows some people who like to stick it in some people. Okay, Ray J. Okay. So, again, this is just part 1. I know I listed as part 1, but probably part 2. We're just probably gonna go over, see if anybody has comments or has their own opinions or has any other information in regards to this. So, again, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. Let me put my Cash App back up here. If you just go to Cash App, you go to Vivid Lifestyles, just go ahead and send that way. You can send it by PayPal or you can send it by tip through this Streamlabs or Discord or whatever it is. Let me see if I could put the link up here. Let's go here. Mhm. Okay, so we are gonna put it here. You go here. I wonder if I could put it in the chat. Paste. Enter. Okay, so let's show this one on stream. Text. Okay. So this would be the link where you gotta go to. It's in the chat. I don't know if it'll stay there. I'll see if I can hook it up to the theme, but you can also go there. It'll bring you up to my tip page, and you can always tip me there. It is hooked up to PayPal. So yeah, definitely want to go through there. I could probably wonder if I can add it. Okay. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I am getting ready to cut this down. And again, this is just part one. We are going to go over some more stuff tomorrow. We'll probably review some of the stuff we went over today and just kind of open it to discussion to the chat and everybody and see if I can answer some of the questions or maybe somebody could bring up some of their own opinions that they probably seen and heard and like I said, it's getting crazy. Maybe we'll go back and kind of like dig into a little bit of the Clive Davis because I think Clive Davis, P Diddy, Ray J, just even listening to that video, we already know Ray J's a big he thinks Diddy is his big brother. So, or he claims that Diddy is like his big brother and it takes care of him, and he knows people that can go and take care of business, kind of thing. So, yeah, definitely. I think it's all linked. I think Whitney's security guard was in it. I think everybody who name come up knows or has some type of involvement with it. I don't think this was an accident. Again, this is in my opinion. I'm not a professional. Just kind of reviewing the documents. I don't think this professional asked the right questions or asked any questions. He just kind of saw medication and a victim and basically ruled it an accident. Um, I really think this was I think there was some type of foul play according to the some of the notes that were written with all those bruises and contusions and marks and things like that. I don't think I and then looking at some of the pictures of Ray J after the fact, the very next night, or actually the same night later on that after Whitney was removed from the hotel. It was pretty much the same night was the Grammys. He shows up with his sister and yeah, remember his sister was looking for him at the pre-Grammy party the night before, the day of, when all of a sudden, Whitney. I don't think Whitney ever showed up because if she was found at 3 o'clock, Brandy stated she was in the elevator getting ready to go up. She was looking for her brother. All that was happening during the time that she didn't know nothing about. Her mom reaches out to her, calls her. Who reaches out to Ray J because Ray J knew about it way before Brandy did, and because Brandy's mom had to call her. So it's really weird how people found out about Miss Houston's passing, and it just seemed like there was people outside her door, and the daughter knew, and so sometime within this, how did you not know? So I really think Clive, Brandy, all of them, this was all part of it. I think they each had their hand in it. I think they each have their own statement in it, and I think they have their own part in it. And I really think there should have been more done. Who was the person that drove Ray J away? What did they discuss? What was said? I mean, she had a big smile on her face. Brandy was smiling the night of the Grammys. There was no sadness for it looked like for Whitney at all in her expressions at the time. Um, it was a really weird vibe. She When he showed up to the rehearsals, like Clive said, there was video. She was giving them directions and coaching, and she was mentoring them. So it's really weird. I'm not sure what involvement Monica had, but I mean, she looked kind of cozy there amongst them three. So I don't know. I really don't know. I really think somebody really, really needs to investigate into this. And I think Leola Brown is a very, very, very smart person. I haven't been able to get a chance to read her book, but I do. I think it'll answer some of my questions, if not more, maybe even open up the playing. Like she was like when he was at the club the night before, she looked very hysterical. Some people might say she was probably drunk or under some type of influence, but she was outright like there was some type of argument or beef going on. There was something going on that night as well. and I think that was the same night that she broke up the interview. So a lot happened within that week. You mentioned this on the 7th, she was with Mason Jr. Apparently, that was the same night that she was with Clive Davis, and he made that entire eulogy about that night. So the 9th, they were doing a tribute to Whitney, her and Monica, when Whitney literally came up and interrupted that interview. And he kept on saying, this was a tribute, this was a tribute. Like, and then he wants to say, like, just a couple of days before, God's waiting for you. Why would God be waiting for her? Like, she was too young for God to be waiting for her at his gates. Yeah, he may have been longing for, maybe in the future years, preparing her and things like that. But I don't think he was literally waiting for her. I think he knew something was going to happen, and she was going to be in the presence of in the presence of the Almighty, very soon. I, there's a lot. There's that big security guard who was there. Where did he go after the fact? Um, the night of the Grammys, I think he was there with Ray J. I mean, it's a big old look. He's wearing just a sweatshirt, and then the guy who apparently dressed was supposed to bring him clothes. They were all suits and stuff like that, but they were left in the hotel, and all of a sudden he just comes up in his sweater and jeans and whatnot, and the white shirt. So it's very crazy. He has bruises all over him. He's covering. I mean, he's literally wearing sunglasses inside the Grammys. Now, I can understand if you wear them inside, it's cool, but when you're actually looking at the awards and stuff like that, you tend to take off your sunglasses. You don't leave them on inside at nighttime. It's just very, very awkward. Even with Whitney, when she came in, um, she had on her glasses. Like, it's at nighttime. Yes, it's a music thing. A lot of people who tend to do it, but when you're speaking to somebody, you take them off. You look at them in their eyes. You put them back on as you're walking around. You're saying hi. You're taking them on and off to make that eye contact to people. Her daughter was there during the meeting when she broke up the interview. So was the mom. So it's very weird. She's always with this one lady too, like, she's always around. So I don't know if she was a good person or a bad person. Like, she could have been kind of like what's her name to Kim and them, they always have that one who they think it's their true closest friend, and those are actually the ones that are like really against them, their enemy. So it's very crazy. I None of this adds up. The timeline from reading the report to the interviews of what's going on, like, she checked in on the 6th. She was it the 5th or the 6th? I have to go back and look at it. Then on the 7th, she had that rehearsal. That Tuesday, she was apparently in Clive David's room. The 9th, she apparently broke up that interview, and that was apparently she mentioned she almost drowned, or somebody tried drowning her. Um, and 2 days later, this is, and Regis hours later, the detective and all these other people called. Um, Water's still scorching hot. The room is a ray, the wreck, there's stuff moved, there's things, there's fingerprints, there's caps, there's this. And you mean to tell me all this was an accident? I mean, wait, then coroner brings her out after midnight on the 12th. This is midnight on the 12th, the day of the Grammys, the night of the the morning after the pre-Grammy part, Clive Davis's party. Like, she's coming down. Ray J is seen, leaving, covering his head, covering every part of his body that can detail if there was any kind of physical. He shows up that later on that night at the Grammys, bruised, knuckles swollen, face swollen, cut under his eye. Literally, it looked like somebody scratched him. It's still bleeding, redness, broken skin. It's no foul play. Like, none of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. Brandy doesn't want to say what's in the note. The assistant doesn't say what's in the note. Nobody, for a while there, nobody even knew who else had control. Like, this person, you have a note that was given to Brandy by a person who, and you didn't have like a copy of it or read it or happen to open it or throw it. Did she tell you to throw it away, get rid of it, shred it? Like, what happened to that note? What did you do to it after she handed it to you? Like, things like that. Like, there's so many questions, and I am hoping somebody reopens this case and looks bigger and starts asking the questions that everybody wants to know. And the main question, why? Why and who? Who was the main person behind this? And I have a feeling it is her longtime mentor. We're gonna go over him, do a little bit of background. We're gonna kind of see if I can do a little bit of background over a little bit of the players. But again, it's just gonna probably cause me more confusion. Like, just going down the timeline, not even knowing who's who. I just have faces and pictures of them, and I'm just plugging them in, and it doesn't, whether they have a name or not. I don't care. It doesn't make sense why this person is there at that time. Who was driving that car? Who picked him up? We know there was a girl in the passenger seat. We know he got into the back. There's this guy who apparently doesn't even like Ray J, was the one who helped Ray J. Who made him do that? Because for somebody who doesn't like somebody, why would you help them out? In a time like that. Like, especially if everybody is saying that this person had something to do with it. If you don't like somebody and and somebody suspects them of doing something, you're probably going to go and investigate, and probably going to want to see, were they involved, were they, especially if you don't like them, you're really going to try to go at them hard. But you save them, you bring them out. Like, there's just so much to this story, and then Rennie's security guard too seems a little shady. He does. He seems real shady, and I kind of read little things about him in there, and it's just kind of like it all of them seem shady. And then knowing that there's a possibility that Bobby Christina in her mom's room waiting for her. So there's a possibility her mom wasn't even in her own suite as we may think. Like, the number of the room could be off. Like, to the actual location. Yes, she may have been it may have been registered to her, but she was found over here. So why are we putting her actual room number on it instead of the actual room number where she was found in? Or was she really found in this one, and everything was just happening at somewhere close by in the facility? It's really concerning. A lot of the things that are seen and put out there just doesn't make sense. The clothes hanging from the balcony. Why, when you saw the video of the people who, this is Whitney's balcony and this was hers, you saw the view of the room. You saw the view of where the her clothes were when she broke up that interview. She was wearing that skirt. It was hanging on the balcony. Her balcony, because she should have had that ways. Like, it's crazy. This just opens up so many more questions. Opens up so many questions um, that I think we need answers to before we can determine that whether this was really an accident. Like, you look at the, just even looking at the report, just saying mark here, mark here, mark here. Just, can you imagine if those weren't even cuts or abrasions, they were just simple bruises. But to have those many bruises all over your body everywhere from a simple accidental drown, heart attack drown, cardiovascular arrest, whatever they want to call it, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And these weren't just minor bruises. Like, these were cuts and abrasions and drag marks, carpet burn. Like, this is thrown in scalding water. The water was 90 something degrees 9 to 10 hours later from when she was pulled out from the bathtub. Can you imagine, like, how hot is it when they had to go and get her? Like, were these people's hands who pulled her out of this water, were they just as hot and red and burning from the water, from this scalding 100-degree water? Because it had to be over 100 degrees when she first entered that water. When she first entered it by herself, or from somebody placing her in there, whichever, but that water was scorching hot. The water wasn't running. There was water all over the floor, in the bedroom, in the living room, in the restroom, everywhere. Everywhere. Now, obviously, you got to enter you got to go through the room to get to the restroom, to get to and then to the living room. There's two. We saw the layout. So, but does it make sense from the layout of the coroner's report and how this thing happened? They said there was a chair on the balcony. So we obviously know she had to been in the corner and they moved the chair out to the balcony, but why were her clothes on a different balcony in a different room? It just doesn't make sense. How? How is this? Maybe her room wasn't the 434. Maybe that was somebody else's suite. Maybe she was actually in the middle room where those were her clothes were found, where actually that was her room, not the 434. Maybe that was Ray J's room. Maybe that was her security guard's room. Maybe that was Clyde Davis's room. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know the actual truth. We don't have the books. We don't have the itinerary for that day, for this hotel, for Miss Whitney Houston, or her room, or anything. We don't know who else was on that floor. This was the Grammys. There were so many celebrities booked at that hotel, and probably half of them are using anonymous names so that way, they can't get picked up by the media. They can't get, found. Everybody uses an alias, or especially when you're being who really checks in under, Whitney Houston or Tina Turner, or no, you're gonna go by Jane Doe. Like, I don't want to be bothered by the media. I'm gonna check in under Jane Doe. Like, can I please check in under Jane Doe? So that way nobody knows that I'm here. So yes, which room was hers? Was she in 434 when she was found? They were bringing her out, and her room was actually in a different room, or was she found in a different room and her room was actually 434? There is so much here that is so confusing. It it screams messy. It screams messy. It screams cops did not do their jobs, detectives didn't do their jobs, lawyers didn't do their jobs. This was a clear cover up. People supposed to be there having fun at the Grammys, smiling, hugging, kissing brother, having a grand old time with the sister. I don't know who she was talking to. I don't know if that was her sister or not. I don't know. But whoever was in that brown jacket, like, there is so much going on before and after this situation, and during that, it clearly needs another look. We, as Americans, need to fight and push this narrative harder for them to go back and look into this case, because there is so many things wrong, so many things missing, so many things that were not done that should have been done. It doesn't matter if you think it's an accident or not. There should have been DNA. There should have been fingerprints. There should have been everything pulled from that room. There should have been multiple statements from the assistant to the security guard, from Ray J, who was there. We all seen, there's pictures of him there, from his security guard to the other people. I don't know how there was about 3 or 4 other people there. Who were those people? I don't know. That's not my crew. That's not my cup of tea. Um, like I said, a lot of this stuff is like just coming up. So I'm like learning. It's basically, I'm a fresh eyes looking at this and looking at it as an outsider. Like, I'm not, I knew of Winnie and her death. I didn't know the whole details. I didn't know all the people involved. I still kind of do. I'm just reading, kind of coming up with my own conclusions and kind of saying, no, I think we need to go this way further and look into this one. I need to look into this one, because for Ray J to have like all this money, saying he has cars and whatnot, like, I don't know. I mean, was he coming into some money? Did he know? Did he always have money? Like, I don't know what their family's financial situation was before and after and during this situation. There is so much that should have been done and looked at from close friends to close personal relationships, especially knowing that her mentor was there and he ever interrogated? Was he ever questioned? Was he ever anything? We all know he was throwing the party. Just because he was throwing the party, he had time to step away. Who was there? Where Brandy was looking for a brother, but she couldn't find him. So was he at the party? Was he not at the party? Like, oh my goodness! Like, WTF, OMG, cray cray off the wazoo. You got me all spinning around like the dog chasing my tail, like trying to figure out what really happened because this story does not make sense. You cannot just knock it off as an accident, accidental heart attack, drowning, whatever. People, we got to wake up. We got to wake up because this is ridiculous. There are they people do cover up crimes. People can. And if you go back, I think what was his name? Kendrick Johnson, Lamar something, I forgot his name. We'll do a video on him as well. He was a kid who apparently had an accident, fell into some mats, and that's how he died. Nobody knows what happened to him. And then all of a sudden, when you go and they try to dig up his body, his organs are missing. Where the heck happened to his organs? Like, these things are covered up. Like, some things like this need to be questioned. Why are something like, why was there a towel in the bathtub when she's supposed to be naked? Why is there a gravy thing in there when she apparently just fell in and there was no struggle, no foul play? Like, the restroom was havoc from what some of these pictures show. There was a mess everywhere. Like, there was a scuffle. Like, there was like basically almost like a domestic violence kind of fight. Trust me, I know. I've seen them. I've been in them myself. Like, this, like, trust me, I fought with exes and men, like we duke it up. Go, yes. And I'm telling you, I look just like that coroner's report after getting beat by a man. Like, there is no way she could have just fallen in and all these bruises and accidents and contusions and abrasions happened. She wasn't just in there sleeping and and all those narcs and meds kicked in and she never woke up. You know, she she wasn't in there before. She didn't fall in there. Like, something happened. And this is beyond frustrating when the system cannot get it together. I mean, there's good and bad in everybody, but when we put our faith in a human, like, there's bound to be mistakes. You're bound to get the wrong side of the deal sometimes, and unfortunately, people can be paid off. And if you find the right person, they will be paid off. Now, I'm not saying everybody in this case, but I think there is maybe one person that may have been low on the totem pole at the time, maybe moved up, stayed quiet, moved up in the ranks, grabbed the ladder, and somehow maybe a sheriff or chief or something. They need to speak up now. Now is the time to speak up. If you earned your stripes by keeping quiet in the day, use those stripes and speak out now. Like, this is crazy. Hiding evidence, disbarring evidence, not even overlooking some of the evidence. How do you overlook the room when it's so chaotic and the only things you can mention in the report are medications, over the counter medications, and illegal medications, illegal substances. Like, those are the only thing, and a fedora hat. Out of everything in the room you could think of was all these open suitcases, all these clothes thrown everywhere, things laying out, and you can give any kind of detail besides the numerous bottles of over the counter meds, the numerous bottles of prescriptions, and all. But you can mention she had two open beers and a bottle of champagne. It wasn't even a lot of drinking, so you can't say she was drunk or overly partying or anything like that. You had one beer over here, one beer over there, an open champagne bottle over here. Out of how many days has it already been since she's been in this room? She's ordered so much room service. That room service should have been all if she was as big as an addict or doped up as people say she was, and she wouldn't have been 155 something pounds. She would have been 90 something pounds. There wouldn't have been food just sitting there nice, on a tray or whatever. There would have been stuff everywhere. That place would have been looking horrific. It wouldn't have been looking like somebody tore up the place looking for something, like there was a fight. That place would have been hoarded out, addicted out. And that was not a hotel of somebody who abuses narcotics like that. And yes, I get it over a week. You'll get clothes piled up, you get food piled up, but nowhere to where it is all over the floor, to where it is this disgustingly thrown in this in sinks and things like that. Like no, no, that does not happen overnight, and it does not happen a week. I would say maybe if she was living there for a month, yes, I could see it possibly, but not within a week. And then now when she's so busy, she was out rehearsing on with Mason for hours. She was at Clive's for hours at nighttime, overnight, in the middle of the to wee hours in the morning. So how much time did she really spend in that room for it to look hot mess? A hot mess. Not that much. And apparently she was out clubbing the couple of nights before. She was doing this. There was the pre so there was so she was so busy, very little time for downtime. So the little time that where they told her to go take a break and to go take a shower because of her sore throat was the only time that she had by herself. Well, not literally by herself. Somebody was with her. But who and what and when and where and why? Okay, well, thank you for listening to me rant about Miss Whitney Houston. Hopefully, this kind of opens up a lot of things. Again, a lot of the videos were kind of hard to find. So if you're needing some of that, I will be happy to share some of them with you. Again, just go back and I'm gonna go probably play a lot of the videos tomorrow as well as a part two, just to kind of refresh everything, making sure everything's saved. Some of these videos, like I said, are hard to come by. And so I try to keep them that way. Like you Ray see, if you go onto the E's News, like that video of Ray J walking away, it's not even there. You have to go to the YouTube, the E News, and that's like the only person that really, really has that clip. So it is really hard to go and find things like that. But that is a really good clip that shows when Whitney was taken out, that she was up. They were covering her, everything, and Ray J comes out right behind it, head down, enters the car, and leaves quickly. Quickly leaves the scene. Nobody asks why. I don't think he was ever questioned about it. I don't think detectives ever questioned him about it. I don't even know if he was actually free to go, if the detectives released him and he was free to go, when not. But a lot of these videos, a lot of these pictures, they don't make sense when it comes to this case. Like I said, Ray J's knuckles look like they were in a fight. And I'm telling you, fist up, we're gonna go to knuckle, and that's the way your knuckles will look. And your face. And trust me, I probably would have done a lot more damage, but Whitney was a strap. She was a strapper. She was willing to fight. So we know that. We know Whitney fought. So she wasn't gonna go down without a fight. I think whoever chose her death gave her the wrong death, because she fought, and it is gonna and it will come back. And I think if somebody was to look at these pictures and look at all this and go back and ask Ray J, why were your hands and face looking the way they did that night? And and I really want to know the answer, because if he comes up with some BS, I I think he does need to be questioned. Him and Brandy, they both need to be questioned, because it was her birthday. That was her sacrifice to her. It was all a sacrifice. And I think they really meant to do it the day, because I think her birthday was that the 9th or the 10th, I don't remember, but that's why I think she was real surprised and real shocked when they saw her come into that interview because she was supposed to be done. She was supposed to be done. They were giving her tribute. That interview was a tribute to Whitney as whoever was doing whatever they needed to do to take care of Whitney. But they failed. She came down and she let them know that you failed. I will see you soon. I will see you soon. And they had to try again. They had to try again. They needed her gone ASAP. And she ain't the only one. We'll go over many, many. We have Prince, we have Michael Jackson, we got Ellen DeGeneres' ex-wife. What was her name? That Heineke, whatever her name was. We have her as well. We have Brittany Murphy and her husband or whatever she was coming out. I mean, a lot of these people really, really who apparently just either we have Kim Porter, we have um Kim and Kathy Wright. We have her death. We all these people's death who are just apparently just accidents or medically accidents. Really, really need to get looked into more. And I'm gonna keep bringing you these stories. I want to keep investigating. I still think there's a lot more to this Houston thing, and this is only what I could find on the internet. I haven't been able to go and look really see if they released any of the police reports, how many, what is actually open to the public and what is still kind of closed to the public. I haven't read Leola Brown's book. I know she's coming out with the book, an ebook. Now, I don't know if it's out already or if it's soon to come out, but she is telling it all. And I know she is on Ray J. She is on, I think even Sissy had a part in it, honestly. 'Cause I like the way Clyde that when, oh, Sissy, when you brought me Miss Whitney that day and let her sing for me, it was, yes, I think she had something to do with it. I, I mean, or even knew something about it, like her and her was it Whitney's sister or aunt or somebody, they got her estate. They have control over her estate. But Chris, after Bobby Christina, like she didn't get anything. I mean, it didn't go to her. It went to her mom and the other lady, Felicia, Patricia, whatever. I don't know her name. We'll get to it later. I'll figure it out. I just know player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 5, player 6. I just know 'em like that. I don't know their actual names. Unless it's like Clyde Davis or something, then yeah, I probably do. But even at that, like Ray J, Brandy, all these people, even I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Diddy was somehow involved in this stuff. Um, put all your money together, get these funds together, let's make true Big Daddy happy. Davis and them up at the very, very tip top happy. Um, like he even has his own scandal. I mean that happened way back in the day before Whitney even came onto the scene. So basically, Whitney was like almost his lifesaver to his career. But anyway, just keep looking into it. If y'all get any more tips, any more information, anything that I have not yet covered on here, or anything that I have just talked about or suspected that may have happened, if you got any other video, documents, proof, like put it out there. We need to solve this. They need to pay for what they did to Whitney. And Whitney was such a beautiful soul. This is not something what she deserved. She will speak to us from beyond the grave. If you go and look at her, I don't know if people are into the Gematria, but hear different types and different views and different aspects, different religions and their beliefs on how when he's speaking from them from from the grave. Like if you look up her numbers and a lot of the stuff, it all adds up within this time frame of the February 9th. All the satanic rituals, all the masonry. If you saw some of the pictures that Ray J was doing when we're showing the knuckles on his this, like if you saw his hand, the triangle, I mean, there it was almost like a what do you call it? Like almost brand, like somebody branded him. Um, it's very weird. It's very, very weird. You can see his face swollen and the scratches, the everything. It just nothing adds up. And I'm looking for answers to some of these questions because, like I said, I'm from the outsider. I wasn't there. I don't know these players. I don't know what they're really like. I'm just seeing it from the outside, reading in, looking in, and it doesn't look like no accident. So how can a detective walk up in there and say, "Oh yeah, this is just an accident"? Like Ah, just reading the report doesn't sound like an accident. So, we got to get to this, and apparently there might be even something in regards to the coroner. I think that this coroner has done several, other autopsies, like, I think it was the Michael Jackson one probably, and some of these other ones. Like, once we find these links together, we could probably link all these deaths and somehow to another with one connection, whether it's just the coroner or whether it's their ex-boyfriend, like Ray J, or a a middleman, a drug man, a something, a PR man, or somebody connected to all these people, and it's just gonna go to one, two, one, one. Like it's crazy. We have Tupac's murder, Biggie Smalls murder, like all these crimes. I'm not even saying they were murdered. I mean, they have. I mean, obviously, Pac. Yes, we know it's a murder. We just don't know who's done it. They have reopened the case, things like that. But these are accidents or whatever they are. I don't know. Just going by what we're reading, they're accidents. They're medical accidents. They're um natural cause deaths, whatever you want to call them. These are not accidents or natural about it. There is nothing accidental or natural about these hurt, at least Whitney's death or any of these deaths that I'm calling anything, because there is so much missing and there is so much stuff that seems to like they were just either overlooking on purpose or just covering up or just excluding it altogether, like out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Like it's crazy. We need to speak on this. We need to speak on Whitney Houston's death. There is so much going on in this entertainment world. It is crazy. I can't even fathom it. This is exactly probably why I was so in tune into my own life because like this is so much drama. I can't believe the world is the way it is. Like I've apparently been hiding underneath the rock or something. I mean, not really, but like, just just not just taking it for what it seems, "Oh, yeah, like, this happened and la, la, la." Back then when you're a kid, you just kinda believe what's being said, and, "Oh, it's TMZ, yes, yes, this, and this, BET, la, la, la," and you're just going into your own world unless music was your passion, then, yeah, you probably studied it more and was probably more into it. But if it wasn't, if you were doing something else like sports or whatever, you're watching football, you're watching this, you're out there 9 to 9 in the morning, 9 to at 9 at night playing this game, this sport, trying to get better at and try to better your life and not knowing what's going on in the real world, but knowing that the real world is crazy. It is crazy. They are out there just taking people's lives left and right because they apparently have the power to. Like this is crazy. And then to know that you make money off of her, yes, we'll get into that, Mr. Sony. Yes, we will. We'll probably add that to the part two where they made money off of Wendy's death. They made it. They may not apparently may not have wanted to look like that or that's what it was or whatever, but they did. They did. They came out. They came out in the green when he passed. So can't look at you can't take I mean, you can't take away from that either. Like you banked off of her. Like you didn't donate that money. You didn't do it. That went right into your pockets. So there's just so much, so much. And then they're not, I mean, Whitney's not the only one that where people made money off of her after she died. There was Tupac, there's Biggie, there's all these other entertainers where, yes, they kind of are worth more dead than alive. But that's just so sad. That's sad. And this case does need to get opened up. It does need to get viewed. And I hopefully people who see this video, they will go back and they really look at the coroner's report. They will go look at all those videos. Go look at all those pictures. Make your own assessment and let's fight to bring justice for Whitney. Hashtag justice for Whitney. Okay, guys. So I am. Let's see. You just got to keep. Okay. So we are going to call it. I am going to put my Cash App back up. This is the Cash App. I am also going to put up again my tip page. You can go here. This is my tip page for Streamlabs. You can also go okay. There's the Cash App. So you can send money several ways. I will attach my PayPal when I get a chance to. You can PayPal send as a donation to family and friend. Definitely want to do that. Donate to Vivid Lifestyles, VVLS. That is our thing. You can find us on the WhatsApp as well. You definitely want to um, donate. All the proceeds goes to helping abused women, children, men. We help them find temporary places to stay when the state and them have failed them. We would try to put them up in whether it's an Airbnb, hotel, motel, anything like that. We try to give them food, make sure that they are taken care of during the transition time to finding a better place, helping them with any kind of resources as far as referring them to a lawyer or anything like that. We need all types of resources. So if you know anybody or that can help in any of the if anything, please send me their information as a contact information, and I mean we need to build up the network. We need more people to be involved in these kind of things. Please, you're more than welcome to email me. Let me put my email up as well. Okay. So this is the email, denise.garza.vvls, short for Vivid Lifestyles. Um, the company is Vivid Lifestyles hyphen VVLS. So you will see VVLS or Vivid Lifestyles on a lot of my stuff. This is a nonprofit organization, so everything you donate will go to the back into the organization 100%. We like I said, we try to get them meals, get them hotel stays, or whether it's just clothes. Let's just say they do have a family or friend but they now they need necessities, whether it's just simple gas money to get to and from work, because sometimes, especially when you're in any kind of relationship, violent relationship, you cut off all resources, financial and everything. So they're starting fresh a lot of the time. So um we try to help in a lot of things. We don't really take like donations as far as clothes. I mean, we will be if if it's sent, and we'll definitely use it. We're not turning away anything. It's just it's a lot harder for us to store like things like that than just kind of, hey, here's $20. Let's go buy you some short, three pairs of shorts and get you through the week or whatever, things like that, than having to hold so much and be like, okay, well, I only have this size and this size and this size. Like, no, it's just easier to provide them the funds or get them the things that they need, to have the funds to get the things that they need right on at the hand, especially the right sizes and things like that, especially for the kids, whether they need school supplies, things like that. Those I don't mind. We do donate. We do take those kind of donations and keep them up. We do have a little small area where we like as far as for kids and donations in schools and things like that. Yes, but clothing wise, it's a little bit more difficult because it's body style ranges from whatnot. But like every kid needs colors, every kid needs markers, like from elementary to high school. So those would never, go to waste or anything like that. So definitely reach out to the email if you have any questions. If you want to donate anything, the Cash App, it is money sign Vivid Lifestyles. You have my email. You have the the tip on here as well. You can go ahead and tip through the Streamlabs. It doesn't go straight to the organization, but I will transfer all the funds over to the organization. So whichever way the money comes in, it will get put into that organization. Just always write donate Vivid Lifestyles on it, or Vivid Lifestyles donation, or any something within the VVLS donation. But you always want to put the name of, you know, who you're donating to. Like, we're donating to Vivid Lifestyles or VVLS. Put the company name on there and put what you're using it for, and it's a donation. So you definitely want, so that way we always know it always goes directly, all transfers, all funds. Like, it'll always say donation in that, and that way it never gets confused. It doesn't get mistaken for any other kind of funds or anything like that. So definitely always want to put either VVLS or Vivid Lifestyles donation, and then the word donation on it, or donate Vivid Lifestyles, any kind of within that frame. Okay. So definitely want to get going. Okay. So again, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. We want to get Whitney Houston's death out there. Um, we want them to start looking into it. We want to start making some noise so that way they will open this case and look into it. All right, guys. Well, you enjoy. I'm getting ready to go. You guys have a good one.